Hello, beautiful. How are all of you doing today? Cat, cat. So I ended up trying to go for Bennett on the Mualani banner. You still have a special place in my heart. And I'm gonna walk you guys through my wishes since Inefa. I got Bennett. I got Aoife. Let's go! Let's go!
Please rest assured that I will not blow the roof off again.
We dodged Mualani. We got Bennett. We got a TTD user. Bro. We're fucking... It's... Dude. Holy. Holy. Keep going for Oron? I wouldn't even use him if I got him, so no. Anyways, so... Here's another thing I did yesterday. I strongboxed 4 times. Like, times 39, right? And I still don't have an ER Sands on the Bless, so we gotta keep going now. Anyways. We'll keep this one. I should keep that. Alright. Come on. Just give me an ER Sands. Please. So I can stop doing this shit. Maybe I should lock this, but meh. I am begging you. That's not ER. That's not ER. That's not ER. Alright, we go again. I believe. We will get it, chat. Come on. ER Sands. Yes! We got it. Huge. Huge! There we go. But I don't really have artifacts. Oh, what the fuck? Bro. We won't really be able to level this now. We'll level it eventually, though. Okay, so... Is this today? It is not. Okay, that's fine. Is Bennett C1? No, I have C0. But that's fine. I'll get the C1 eventually. Give him the skin. Okay.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Okay, I will. Anyways, do I have a four-liner with ER? I don't think so, right? Yeah. For this, also. Oh, I do. Yeah. Huh. A four-liner Pyro Goblet with ER. That's good. Yeah. And I leveled this yesterday because it had an ER substat. I was like, you know what? I'm down. Anyways. I also ended up getting Kave on the standard banner yesterday from the wish I got from Ascending Bennett.
Where's my key? Not again.
Llama prep for real. Next target is C1 Flens? Yeah. If I can go for it, I will. How many pulls did it take to get Bennett? Like 3.
Items on today's to-do list.
Right. Is this today? It is not. Slow on. Thank you, E. I'm just built different. That's just how it is. Oh wait, I need to invade someone's world for this. Any Elpers? Any European Elpers? Also, do I want to go for Inefa or for Bennett right now? Holy. It's a fucking founder badge coming back. Even the prime purple shirted ice stabber. Wait. Wait up, wait up. I don't want to do... Oh. Might as well kill it. Yes and no. It depends on on whether or not you have Inefa and what her build is. Because realistically, what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna have shared Lunar Charge ownership between Flynn's Inefa and Aino. And what that means is that if you have Inefa, Flynn's is gonna be your number one highest contributor, and then it's gonna be Inefa. So the third one, it will have its damage divided by 12. But if you don't have Inefa, if you're using something like Eon Sun that doesn't have off-field Electro instead, then Aina will be the second contributor, and her damage will be divided by 2 instead of by 12, so it actually is worth leveling her. But with Inefa, it probably isn't. Alright, thank you for the 1,000 bits. And thank you for the gift to Kevin. Alright, let's go for the Inefa one now. Lens trailer react, we'll do that, yeah. Is bro gonna come and apply out elements for me, or wait, that's not Hyun-san. If I get 4 one time in the next 4, then I can get Inefa's Ascension Mats today. Otherwise, I'll need one more. Ooh. Orlando double crit. Four. What the fuck is that damage? This is a C2 Moika. Also a C2C Lally, is it? I see. 4! Damn it. Come on, man. We're 16 out of 20. Give me 4 once. Once! Just once! Alright, chat. We need to channel the energy of 4. In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn. 4! Damn it. It didn't work. Dude, unironically, when is the custom Ziox skin for Jin? Like, Jin Ziox. And it's like, in Carnage, I'm blooming! And every time a trap explodes, it's like, I'm blooming! Oh my god, I'm blooming! Bro, when is it coming? When is it coming? When is it coming? Anyways. Thank you for the 3 months of Prime! Squid TC. Also, thank you for the 4 months Arc Clove. Huge. Alright. We need some Windwheel Asters. Any Elpers want to enter my world and walk to the Windwheel Asters with Klee or the other one? We'll have our resident whale. Alright. Okay, so first we go for this part. Why is Bros first? Okay, never mind. You did more damage with your Chaska's Ascension 4 literally with no input than I did with... Whatever. BPW. Okay, that's... No seed grabbing gadget. I'm never gonna plant a seed, so there's no point to getting that gadget. I can't use this in combat. You guys are gonna need to die. I'm pretty sure you're going the wrong way. No. Bro is going the wrong way. Maybe I should grab the chests.
Initiating categorization process.
last one? Probably. Bar is locked in for those Windwheel Lasters? Yeah. Listen. Bennett deserves the best, okay? I think that's it, right? Yeah.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Alright, thank you very much for your help, Resident Whale. Goodbye. Then get his C6. No thank you.
Oh, wow! Where did that come from?
Filter by character, Bennett. Character Ascension. Just for the next one. Oh. And then also Elemental Burst to 6. Need an additional 15 of these. Can make that, yeah. And we need 2 of these. Do I have any of those? No. Wow. I guess it's Inazuma Exploration next, so I can get these, huh? Wait, is that Inazuma? That's not Inazuma, that's Sumeru. GG.
Oh, ow!
Not only am I poor, I'm also stupid. GG. Alright.
Benny's.
Now, in order to properly make our Bennett functional, we just need to level this. Join someone with Stellar Reunion. I don't have any resin. It doesn't matter. Fashion, I see you. Is it fashion? You're right. You're right, it kind of is. I never noticed. Does it get better or worse when you ascend it? I think it gets better because the green gets more yellowy. And because it doesn't match his eyes that well, because the eyes are like a little too yellow.
Ow!
But when you ascend Sapwood Blade, it gets more yellow. Why not Aquila? Because I don't have Aquila.
Add ast. Thank you for. Add ast.
Yeah, by the way, chat, Bennett isn't the only character we need to level. We also need to level Aoife. Yeah. Why? Because we don't have Sucrose, so Aoife is our budget Sucrose. Aoife and Bennett in 3 pulls? No. So I did a 10 pull, but I got early Bennett in the 10 pull, so I figured that I might as well get to the... I was like 4 away from 4-star pity. So I figured, you know what? I might as well just do another 4 pulls to reach 4-star pity again, since both Auron and Aoife would be useful, but also Bennett's one would be useful. Like, no matter what I get, I'll be really happy if it's an on-banner character. It's only 4 wishes, so the odds of getting Mualani are omega low. Another 10 wishes isn't worth it because well, the odds of getting Mualani are over twice as high, and now if I get Aoife, I'm not happy, because Aoife cons don't help. Aoife helps by virtue of being an animal character that can use TTDS, because I don't have Sucrose, right? But his actual kit doesn't do shit, right? His kit is worthless, so his cons are also worthless. Is it better to wait till 6.0 stream to see if Flynn's is Sucrose? Yeah. I mean, if the Flynn's banner is complete dog shit, I might go on this banner a little deeper. Try to get C1 Bennett and Auron. But if Sucrose is on the Flynn's banner, then I won't. Has the Jeff seen Apothecary Diaries? Yes, it's one of my favorite anime. I think there's an exclamation mark my anime list command. It's one of the 3 shows I have out of 10. 4 shows, sorry. One of the 4 shows I have out of 10 on my anime list. What do you need for Lens trailer? We will do that. All things in order, though. Intellectual exchange. You get a boss mat from this? That's crazy. Thanks, Farazan. Why couldn't you give me like 1 copy of the Inefa boss mat instead? Huh? Because that's what I need right now. Frick you. Is it level 70 enough? Yeah. In the old days of Taser, getting Sucrose levels mattered because the Electrocharge ownership from Sucrose and the Electrocharge ownership from Sucrose and the other thing, the swirl damage, were very relevant portions. Was the name of the last song? I forgot. What was the last song? If it doesn't hurt by nothing more. Alright. On this account, I don't really have anything I need to do, so... Oh yeah, let's teapot it up real quick first. You stopping at level 70 for Bennett? No.
This realm is
I can't do that. GG. Auralia Wood. Where is it? Auralia... Actually, no. Let me go to the interactive map instead. Auralia Wood. Oh! There's a fuck ton in a cluster. That's gonna be easy to get. Nice. It's the ones that are here. Do I have the tree collecting gadget on this account? Probably, right? You don't need to make it, you just get it from reputation. So I should have it. So many people baited by the title. Yup, that was the goal. They got baited.
This realm is.
Right.
If you ever.
I'm making it right now. Captain. Oh, GG. Fuck. Where is it from? We're gonna go find it, chat. Fuck! Can join a viewer? No, I can't. I need to do this in my own world.
Light it up! Quick as a flash! On my hook! Stop right there! Headbutt! Hero incoming! Oh, so shiny!
It's his main, yeah. I did this quest on the Taiwan account back in the day. And I never got around to doing it again on main. Don't skip. I've done this quest before. You skipped it then? That's very possible, actually. Okay. Fixed. This is the chest. Big.
So shiny!
Is this like, isn't this like the last part of the quest? Yeah. I just stop at the last act. I don't know. I got bored probably.
This realm. If you ever. This realm is.
Give me your account, I'll finish it. How about you finish it from beginning to end on my EU account instead? Cause I gotta do that quest there too. I don't. My EU account, instead of logging in with username, I'm logging in with Google, and I feel like I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's probably gonna be sus. Anyways, can I do these? I can. Let's fucking go. Like, I'll do your Tsurugi quest, you do my Stygian, bro. That's actually such a good deal. Although I don't know if your account can do Dire. I wonder how much your account can do. I did Dire last night. Really?
If you ever have
Somehow I doubt that. Somehow I doubt that. Slight doubt. This enemy doesn't quite look level 110. That's so funny though. You don't believe women? It's not women as a whole, it's Kiwi specifically. There's one woman I will never believe. All I'm saying is, Kiwi told me Fruits Basket was good, okay? And I trusted her, and I got burned. Alright? Oopsie.
absorption test.
Don't get too close.
Need a surfboard?
Probably one shots. Yep.
Show me your move. Show me your move. Shall we?
Bro, the Notland trials are so bad, by the way. Holy fuck. Where am I supposed to go next? You know what? Just fucking die. Tuh. Oh. Dude, I hope the Nullcry trials aren't like this, man. I really hope they're not like this. Guards. You would like the anime called Reborn as a Vending Machine, I Now Wander the Dungeon. You're saying that as a joke, but like, for Isekai slop, the vending machine one isn't that bad. I've watched way worse things. Any advice, new player? I hope you don't say run or something like that. Oh, GG. You already know the best advice. The best advice I can give you is remember that
You'll get singed.
Smashed or scorched? Which will it be?
Locked on. Open fire.
That's all I've got.
Knock him down.
Alright, we get
Wings of darkness. Shake monster.
Night Soul extended by Phlogiston here, which is kind of annoying. Sorry.
Let's
It's my brain isn't capable of doing two things at the same time. Let me just finish this and I will answer your question afterwards. Okay. So remember that the actual rewards for clearing any of the content are very small. And that once you have cleared everything, there's nothing else to do. So don't get too tempted by the ways in which you can accelerate your progression by spending money. Because all you're doing is you're shortening the amount of time you'll be able to have fun with the game. Treating Genshin as a resource management game instead of a gacha game is gonna make your experience so much better.
Let's go. Midnight
let me weave you.
Time to say hello. Mind your step.
Don't hurry about finishing the game or reaching the end game. I mean, it's not that you shouldn't hurry. It's that if you're too focused on getting there as quickly as possible, that's how they get you. That's how they get you to spend way more money than anyone should be spending on a video game. I can tell you from experience, the most fun part of the game is the beginning. I missed. I got staggered.
Be free. Tell me what you see.
I don't know why I did that, but...
Witness the power of the wild. Rain outlines your fate. Animal hyper. Midnight.
Go. You're free now. Farewell.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your stand clear. Animal test 6308. Oz revealed by
Time to say hello. Be free. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
let me weave you a verse. Absorption test.
Bro, 4 Natlan trials out of 5 is just, it's vile. It's fucking vile.
Know my sword. Teamwork is teamwork.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Let me weave you a verse. Go in. Let's light it up.
Anyways. Anyways. Bennett is also from Natlan. Yeah, but he doesn't have a Natlan trial, so it's fine. Bennett not having any passive related to exploration feels so wrong. Doesn't he have an expedition passive? That's a form of exploration, right?
You asked for it. Let's burn it down. Wrath from the sky.
Relock? It kind of has to be double crit four-liner to be an upgrade. Technically, if this is a double crit three-liner, it could be an upgrade. It can be more total rolls, but it could be better distributed rolls if it's all into crit. But yeah, already Jover.
Control breathing. Light it up. Pyroclastic surge. Hero incoming. Let's roll.
But you think your Vrista's good enough for now? No. There is no such thing.
You asked for it. On my
Although, unironically, it is more resin efficient to upgrade my Varissa by farming a better Song of Days Past set for Chevreuse than by farming this domain, but it's fine, I don't care.
justice will prevail. Stronger. Pyroclastic surge. Hero incoming. Hurry up, Brassa.
Is Song of Days Past better than Noblesse? Not if you already have Noblesse on the team, but I very often play Chevreuse with Bennett or another character that uses Noblesse. So if I don't want to have to change my Chevreuse build all the time, it's better to keep her on Song of Days Past.
Hands where I can see 'em. Control breathing. Light it up. Wrath from the sky. Hey! Yeah! Hurry up, Brassa.
I mean, this, like the other one, if it rolls crit, it could be situational upgrade. We get an upgrade on the 110 ER leaderboards, maybe.
Look out below. You asked for it. On my burn it down. Light of the blazing. It's justice o'clock. Yeah!
So, where's Song of Days Past? Channeling Noblesse, Janssen Squall is always my go-to. Yeah, that's what I would generally do as well. Although, the biggest problem here is that there's a lot of situations where you don't use the Channeling Burst in that team.
Hands where I can see 'em.
Oops.
Drop your weapons. Stronger. Wrath from the sky. Justice o'clock.
Because it happens very often that enemies have HP thresholds that are kind of annoying to deal with. And you kind of just end up holding the Channeling Burst and just dropping Guava instead. What's about TOM Channeling? I don't like that because Guava misses too often.
Justice will prevail.
In overload teams, it's just too sus. In non-overload teams, it's fine. But in overload teams, it's like... Nah. Nah. Watch Flynn's trailer, I will do that.
Control breathing. Let's
That's part of the plan for today. seen any changes in V4. There were some wording changes, but that's it. Although, to be fair, the wording change was actually important. The initial wording was awful and so unclear. It is a very good thing they changed it.
You asked for it. Fight! Stronger. Rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge. Charge!
Alright. Come on. One. I'll lock it. Maybe we'll get an HP scaling plunger eventually. 2 minutes. Plunge Mualani piece. Plunge Mualani is not an HP scaler. She's an attack scaler.
Burn it down. Wrath from the
Just like Plunge Nebula. Though I do appreciate your enthusiasm. I just realized that what if you did Plunge Mualani and you gave her Obsidian and you had to like double tap the skill to activate the Obsidian set. Thoughts? Thoughts? Because you get it lasts for 6 seconds, and Mualani's skill cooldown is 6 seconds. Like, we might be onto something. You gotta leave the kitchen. Sorry. EN1E for particles. You could do that, yeah, if you have enough app. Isn't Long Nights Out still better? Yeah, it is. But if our goal is to inflict pain on other content creators, then having to go through more hoops is better. The biggest problem is that the default Mualani team has the same basic requirement as the default like plunger team. So even on, if you put her on Obsidian, even on a full attack build, it might be better to just ignore the plunges. Unless you go attack or EM circlet instead of Hydro. And instead of putting Shannon on VV, you put her on a set that only helps in plunge. Or like just 2P's attack or Noblesse. We might be onto something. Anyways, last one for now. Does Sucrose work out as the last slot for Llama Electro Hydro since she buffs Llama buffs and also increase base Hyper Bloom damage? She does, but it's not going to be better than just having more Hyper Blooms. How do you get more Hyper Blooms with more elemental application? Generally, double Hydro.
Add Astro. Thank you for Add Astro.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't there a new code, chat? Elbers, what's the code? Oh. It's not, it's already expired. GG. It had a limit, I see. Damn. That's fucked up. Alright. So, in order to fully use our Bennett, we're gonna need to do some more exploration. Because we don't have a lot of these, right? We don't have any of these, actually. So we're gonna need to kill a lot of treasure hoarders. Actually, let's open up our training guide. Yeah. Let's make a list of things we need to do now. Right? Non-resin things we need to do. So collect windwheel asters. That's fine though. Why didn't you pre-farm Bennett? Because it was possible that I didn't get Bennett. Anyways, treasure hoarders. Do we have enough of these? Yes, just barely. Okay, I bet. These, yes. These, no. Ruined drakes. This is resin stuff, so there's no point. This is all also resin stuff. Okay. So for Bennett, that's all we need. For Eon-san, our main problem is this, right? I don't want to use Dream Solvent on this. And I just keep getting the other two instead of this one. Then for Inefa, this. We're gonna need to do this, but this is kind of trivial. Okay, we need a bunch of these. So Saurian Warriors. Do I want Fischl on Stringless or on Fav in the medium term? I don't actually care about Stringless, right? I think I'd just rather have the Fav. Because I'm not planning on farming Golden Troop. So, going for a damage-focused Fischl build won't matter that much. I'd rather just have the Fav. My low-con Fischl isn't going to see too much play on this account anyways. But more importantly, I need this. This could be today. And I'm really close to having it. I just need to farm it once. Maybe it's worth it. Why is Iron Sting medium usage rate on Singso? Any knowers? Anyone explain that to me? I'll do this once. I'll use one Fragile. It's fine. Like, I would prefer generally using my Fragile during the Disturbance Outbreak. because it's slightly more efficient that way, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. What's this thing again? The Hydra ones, right?
For justice. Preparing for dust up. Rise with the sun. Ring cutter. I'll protect you. Phew. Light of the blazing sun.
I will replenish instead of using directly because I only want to use one. Because one is going to be enough to get my Sack Sword to 70.
Try and stop me.
Equip to weapon. To Ascension 4. Yeah. How many do I have of these? Oh, I have one? No, I don't. Never mind. Okay. GG. But yeah, because I care more about leveling the Sack Sword than I care about leveling the Fav Bow right now, I believe. Yeah. We're kind of running out of money, though. You guys can't see it, but we're running out of money. This is a nice amount of ER. Probably to the point that I don't need to use the ER Sands on him anymore. But I don't have an attack Sands I could use. Leveled. Maybe I finish leveling this. It's not really worth it. Alright, we'll stick to ER Sands for now. Probably. Oh, why couldn't this be attack? Fucking hell. It's fine. Yeah. And then this is gonna be a while until we get around to that. Not really necessary though, we have enough ER. But yeah.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Okay. So, what else are we gonna need to do? I don't really need to level Shanglane stuff anytime soon, because I'm not using her in any of my teams. Singto. I don't really care that much about that, actually. Yeah. Also, wait, what's the next IT? Oh, wait, what's the current IT? Current IT is this, right? Electro, Cryo, Animo. With Singto. Right? And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Are we really one away from being able to enter the 16 one? Wait, no, that's not how that works. It's +6. It's 21. How many do you need to enter Visionary? Is it 22? I think it's 22, right? Yeah. So we're actually just one away. Maybe we should go for Auron. Actually, no. Because then that puts me on a timer where I have 10 days to make sure that all of those characters are level 70. And I don't have the Mora. So I'm going to need to start farming ley lines. I don't want to do that. What about the next one? Pyro, Hydro, Dendro. Ooh, but Singso and Kole are here. That's so cooked. However, Inefa and Eonsan are special invitations, which is great. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. So I can enter if I level all of them. I can enter hard, like the 3rd difficulty. +1 from friend. That doesn't count. The +1 doesn't allow you to enter if you're missing one character to be allowed to enter. +1 from Ino. That is true. But it doesn't matter because we... Actually, will we level Ino? We will. So I suppose it's probably better to wait until the patch so that we don't have to level Kave. Yeah. Okay. But we will need to level some of them. You count Traveler? I didn't count Traveler. That's true. That's another one. These ones don't really matter, do they? Alright. Let's just go for the enemies that... we're gonna need to get around to killing at some point anyways. So let's start with Rune Drakes. What should we do for our overworld team for this farming? Maybe this is fine, actually.
Burn it down.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Rise with the sun.
Let me lead you a place. Rain outlines your face.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Try and stop me.
Alright.
Rev the engine. Pyroclastic surge.
Maybe having a bow user would be nice for the flying ones, but meh.
Defensive mode engaged.
Know my soul. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your face.
Go, Pug. Light it up.
Why am I not getting any purples? Gosh.
Insulation chamber.
No, my sword. Try and stop me.
The heck is this? Whatever, I don't care that much. Oh, get a chest out of this one. That.
Light it up.
Witness the power provide. Rain out.
Oops. We get an artifact before we get a purple one. It's kind of cooked. Okay, I might as well clear these withering zones, right? Or these withering things. I don't know what they are even. There's a Sealy too. I don't want to go that way though. Fuck that.
Full throttle.
No, my sword.
Rise with the sun.
I'm gonna burst.
Light it up.
Cleanup sequence initiated. The rewards of an adventure worth
Well, yeah, I guess you were supposed to do that from, like, this one, right? I probably, like, activated them a while ago and then never got around to actually clearing them. Is this second account? Yeah.
Rev the engine.
The compass in 6.0 finally tracks hidden chests. Is that true? That's fucking sick.
Try and stop me. Light of the blazing sun. Rev the engine.
It's only the Nogcry one? Oh. That's a little bit less sick, but it's better than nothing.
insulation chamber.
Light it up.
Bro, are we allergic to getting purples or what? Like, how have we not gotten a single purple yet? That's kind of impressive.
Ring cutter.
I'll look at stuff later. Bro, I'm speechless.
Body and witness the power of Gua. Know my soul.
Why are you not using Banat? Because I don't want to. I don't really want to use a burst reliant unit in Overworld, especially if he doesn't actually do anything. Right, the enemies die without a buff in Overworld. So what's the point of using a character that gives a buff?
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Especially a burst reliant one. Okay, we managed to clear out our map without getting a purple. That's kind of impressive, I think. That's like actually kind of impressive.
Rise with the sun. Try and stop me.
Fry! Picked the wrong test subject.
You get a blue on the first camp here. That's good. Oh, this one's no. This one's a. It's around. We gotta go around the corner. It's not up.
Should replace my hammer.
That one's annoying. Might as well go get this time trial. Okay, well, I didn't know where I was supposed to go, so that's kind of annoying.
Hey, not a bad haul.
But now we know. What? Fucking idiot.
Rev the engines. Full throttle.
Another
Installation chamber.
Let the show begin.
done. Picked the wrong test subject.
Hey, we got another blue. Very nice.
Try and stop me.
Did you get R1 Inefa? No, I did not. There's no point to Mualani vertical investment until you get Flynn C1 and C2 if I'm playing her in a Flynn's team.
Installation chamber.
Know my sword. Let's dance. Go, Barbara, go.
It will become a Mualani incident when Durin buffs her and you regret it. True, actually.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
not getting Mualani will have become the incident.
Burn it down. Full throttle.
Another test subject.
Incinerate.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Light it up.
Unlucky.
Another blue.
Defensive mode engaged.
Brigida, do the thing. Is it too far for Brigida to attack it? That's kind of annoying. See though. All right. By the way, are there any? There are local legend treasure hoarders, right, in Fontaine? I should go beat those up, right?
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Try and stop me.
There's no end to this. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Where are they again? I think one of them is here, and the other one is... Where's Liam again? I feel like it's from this waypoint. If I remember correctly, it was here. Oh, there's one over there as well. What team do we use for this? Is this a fine team? No, we want Yansan. We don't use Inefa. Actually, getting a shielder would be nice. Nah, I'd rather have Singtao. Where's Yansan?
Anyone need a coach? The engine.
Yeah, this one's kind of annoying. I remember. Eventually killed that treasure hoarder that was on the way. But...
The tea can wait.
Rise with the sun. Quick as a flash. Start the...
Witness the power of the rock. Rain outlines your fate.
I'll protect us. Grab for the...
Please don't dodge. Thank you. He didn't dodge.
Incinerate.
Wait, I dodged.
Full throttle.
Let's move. Ring cutter.
Light of the blazing sun.
Barbara died. That's fine. We still got him.
Zeke.
What? What? He doesn't... Oh. I see. Well, that's... I understand. Okay. +5, I guess, yeah. Oh well. I guess you want to get this last one now. Or maybe we hold on. We hold off. Because, like, we're not doing this now anyways. Yeah. So it's not the right day for this. That's tomorrow. I think I'll just condense then. 'Cause I want to get that leveled as much as possible. And then we do our Saurian warriors.
Let's ride. All right, let's
Come
finish this
on!
fast.
Show me your courage!
Let the show.
Let's ride. All
Come
right,
on!
let's
Show
finish
me your
this
courage!
fast. Full throttle.
Stick around.
Let's ride. All right,
well.
let's finish this fast.
Here comes another.
Try and stop me. Let's ride. Burn it down.
Let's do this!
I really fucking hate this game sometimes.
Control breathing. On pyroclastic surge. Rev the engine.
There's another one. Where the fuck did it go?
Full throttle.
God, I fucking hate this game with a passion, man. I don't actually hate this game, but sometimes it pisses me off.
Let's ride. Incinerate!
I feel like I've had to kill so many Saurian warriors on this account.
Try and stop me!
Right, because I've needed him for Mawika, for Yonsan, and for Inefa.
Full throttle!
Let's hope you'll pull up a good fight.
Wrath from the sky!
Very nice.
Let's hope you'll pull up a good fight.
Oh.
Start the rise of the sun. Let's ride.
Man. That's the annoying thing about Saurian Warriors. They're everywhere, but they drop like nothing. So you have to kill so many of them.
Light of the blazing sun.
I didn't crit. It's okay. Or like they can just drop one white drop. Like it's so yeah. The true bottleneck is still the Hilichurl arrows. Spoken like someone who didn't start the game in 1.0.
Let's ride. Rev the engines.
Watch this. Let's hope you'll pull up a good fight.
Well played.
Alright. If I go to the training guide now, and I take a look at the stuff, right? Bro, I only got 10. Holy shit, we need so many of these. Treasure hoarders are fucked. And for Saurian warriors, we got a lot. I guess we already had a decent amount to start. We were already at like 20 something. Everyone knows what the specters. The specters are fine. The specters used to be bad, but then they nerfed them. We have enough of these? Not quite, but only one more day of cleaning out the the drakes. Their drop rate is still low. It's not that bad. Because they spawn in, like, groups. There's always pretty big groups of them in all their spawn spots. And there's not that many things that need specters. The worst ones is probably treasure hoarders. Because there's so many good characters and like good weapons and all that that want treasure hoarder mats. Bro. Enemy group.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Right? So for characters, right? Bennett. I guess it might not be as bad as I thought. Now that I look at the things that use it, it's not as bad as I thought. It feels like a lot for me because I triple crown Kaya. That's probably why. Slimes are, like, kind of fine. Elytral masks are fine. These, you get so many of them that they're fine, no matter what. The arrows... I mean, I guess it's more the weapon than the character, right? But there's no favs. It's only Aquila and, like, Scoured Heart, Scoured Atlas. Like, it's not too bad. These, there's also a lot, but they're so easy to get. Yeah, treasure hoarders, we've already talked about. Whopper flowers, there's a lot. And they're kind of cringe to get. Maybe Whopper flowers are the worst ones. Like, Spectres, like... Who cares about any of these, right? Like, you might want to level Kuki, but you don't need to level her talent, so you don't need that many of them. Right? So they're kind of free. These are annoying just because they restrict the characters you can use when you farm them. These are completely fine. Shut up, Windows security. These are generally fine as well. Yeah. But like, bro, for this thing, right? You needed it for Eshu. But they're also Eonson for every account. Mawika for most endgame accounts. Chiloden for a lot of them too. And then also Inefa and Mualani for those that go for those. Like, yeah. It requires so much, man. And then elite enemies are kind of whatever. None of them are particularly important. Or, like, much of a problem to get. Elite enemies are mostly for SIGs? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's time to check out the trailer, huh? Ooh, that's pretty. Chat, is it just me? Or does this place look really cold? Like, I'm just ever so slightly annoyed by the fact that, like, I feel cold for Traveler. Like, why are you wearing a crop top in this weather, buddy? Anyways. He wants to slay, I suppose. Oh. Dude. That's so, like... Is it Celtic or Celtic? I don't remember if the C is supposed to be hard or soft. That's so Celtic coded. I like it. We go into the British Isles. Oh no. Let's watch it again. What is the point of that sentence? Like, he has foreseen waves crashing on the shore and a quiet night. Like, what is that supposed to indicate? Like, why is he emphasizing that his prediction or whatever is that things are going to be calm? Like, is he saying, like, is he implying, like, I have foreseen that a lot of people will die and therefore there will be silence? Like, is that what's happening here? Maybe it's like, I know danger is coming, but if he were to, I don't know. To me, this sort of statement isn't really implying violence or danger. Like, you could stretch it to imply that, but I feel like it isn't. Like, this sort of statement to me implies edgy peace. You know? Calm before the storm. But why would you foresee the calm before the storm? Like, that's not a very useful oracle, buddy. Like, wouldn't you rather foresee the storm than the calm? If there's a calm before the storm? Deathly silence is the night hunt? Oh. I see. Okay, so... it's supposed to be a double entendre, then? A pun? No. Because, like... or I guess you could... it's almost a dog whistle, right? Because, like, the literal meaning of this sentence is very peaceful, despite the, like, violent language. But if the night sky is supposed to represent the, like, moon faction, and the deathly silence is supposed to represent the night hunt, and then this means the exact opposite of what it's, like, literally saying. Right? Because, like, the literal meaning of this is, you know, like, beach, waves crashing on shore, normal, natural things. Night sky is quiet. Nothing's happening. Right? That's the literal meaning. But if Night Sky is supposed to represent a faction and Deathly Silence is supposed to represent another faction, then Night Sky devoured by Deathly Silence it means exactly the opposite of a peaceful and quiet night. That's actually really good, then. This is good, like, good writing. Dude, it is so rare that the dialogue is good in these trailers. Waves crashing and deathly silence do somewhat conflict. I think it makes sense to say that the silence is meant to be questioned. I half agree with that, because the ambient sounds of the waves crashing on a shore are loud, but things can be quiet within noise. Like, when you go outside at night and you hear crickets, even if the crickets are really loud, you could say that the night is very silent. Yeah, like it's white noise, so it's not inherently contradictory. It can be contradictory though. But like in the literal meaning of this, right, without the words standing for different factions here, what this would imply is like waves crashing on the shore are loud, but because it's the sentence is insisting on the silence, it's emphasizing that there are no noises outside of the noises of the sea. Outside of the sound of the sea, there's nothing. It's emphasizing that there's no one around. Or the same way that when someone makes a bad joke, you can say that you can hear the crickets to emphasize that it was so unfunny that you can't hear a single person laughing, right? Noise can be used to indicate silence. And I feel like this is a fairly good way to say that. But yeah, what are the different factions again in Nodcry? Nodcry factions. 11? What do you mean 11? What? But they're including the Hexen Circle and shit. Okay. So, Fatui, the Frost Moon Scions, which I would say are probably supposed to be the Night Sky here. Unless there's a Night Sky faction. Probably not, though, right? Yeah, and then the Deathly Silence is the Wild Hunt. But then, what about Waves and the Shore? Is that supposed to be also factions? Or is that just to introduce the two factions that are about to be mentioned? Lightkeepers? I suppose the Lightkeepers could be the Shore. What okay, I can't read this shit. Where's the actual post for this? Nod, Cry, Actions. There's one in the Hoyo Lab. Maybe they're gonna be high quality enough to read. Yeah, they are. Okay. So he's an organization that has long defended non-Cry's freedom and peace against the ceaseless incursions and wild hunt attacks launched by the Abyss. Maybe Waves is also supposed to be the wild hunt. Or maybe the Fatui. Maybe the Lightkeepers are going to be standing in opposition to the Fatui. Probably not, though. I think just both Waves and Night Sky are supposed to be... Well, I think Waves isn't supposed to represent any factions. I think Waves crashing on the shore is just supposed to be representing that the Lightkeepers are observing / defending against against like invasions on the shore. Right, like the interpretation of this would end up being like under the watchful gaze of the Lightkeepers, the Wild Hunt is attempting to destroy the Frost Moon Scions, kind of. But it's not really just the Wild Hunt that... Yeah, like, the Frost Moon Scions thing is more in opposition to the Fatui. But is the Fatui supposed to be Deathly Silence? No shot, right? What do the Fatui have to do with silence? Or maybe this is like... I don't know. It is an interesting one, though. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Never mind. Aw. That transition is so fucking good, by the way. Oh my god. Like, listen to this. Oh, it's so good. Is it just me, or does his face look like low quality here compared to earlier? I guess, yeah, I guess it just is. It's his eyes. There's like, it's not just the reflection, it's also like a pattern in the iris that's here. And that pattern isn't here. It's gone. I wonder if it's because the pattern only appears when he's fighting, or if it's because they wanted to cut costs. But he feels so much less alive in this shot than the other one. Probably because the lamp isn't close to his face. But it's not the reflection that I'm talking about. It's the actual like pattern on the iris. Like those white lines. Oh well. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Hello. Okay. You watch the Japanese version? No. There's no point to watching another language. Thoughts on his voice? I don't really have thoughts on his voice. Alright. Should we watch TGS's latest video? The best early cons to pull for in 2025. Guys. No, this is bad. This is also bad. Nah, you should never get either of those. They're not good. I already disagree. I think calling it a decent upgrade when it's a like 10% personal DPS increase on a character that does 30% of your team DPS. So it's actually like a 3% team DPS increase. No. No. Like, Arlecchino's C1 only one tier above Alhaitham's C2, to me, is crazy. He moves it up later? Okay, he better. The guy's scientist. Yes, agreed. Oh, is Alhaitham C1 above Ayaka's C1? I don't know. Both Alhaitham C1 and Ayaka C1 should be in don't. But yeah, I think the best way to look at characters like Ayaka is It just Constellation 2s in general. I don't think you can evaluate them as an upgrade over C1. I think C1 you can evaluate as an upgrade over C0, but C2 should be evaluated as an upgrade over C0 as well. And it needs to be over, like, it needs to be twice the DPS of an... It needs to be twice the upgrade of a strong C1 to be a strong C2. You know? But that's not how it works. But it is how it works, because you can't get C2 without getting C1. You have to get both at once. So if your C1 is completely worthless, you can't just say, oh, Raiden C2 is a 40% DPS increase, so it's an amazing constellation to get. Because, like, no. It's not a 40% DPS increase from the C2. It's like a 45% DPS increase from the C1 and C2, so each con is worth about 20%. Right, you look at the upgrade from Flynn's C1, it's about 20%. From Flynn's C2, it's about 20%. And to me, Flynn's C2 is a similar upgrade to Flynn's baseline damage as Raiden C2. Despite the Raiden C2 being 40 and the Flynn C2 being 20. Like, assuming they had the same damage at a baseline, I would have both of their C2s in the same place. I disagree with this as well. I don't think it's a great constellation, but Baiju can be played in teams where he's only swapped into once per rotation, and Baiju's C1 makes it so that one time you swap into him, you can use 2 skills instead of 1, which doubles his energy generation. So, for me, that's a constellation that's better than Ayaka's C1 or Alhaitham's C1. It's not a particularly relevant one, but it is actually useful. Wait, actually, I'm gonna DM TGS and ask him if he can send me the link to the tier maker he used. Mhm. Oh wait, did someone find it? Oh. That. He just answered too. Huge. Right. Actually, should we just do it ourselves and then just compare our list to his list at the end? I'm kind of down. So good con on a good character. Good con on a mid, that makes a mid character good. Mid con on a good character. Good con on a bad character. Cope, but not wasted. Not even worth the 160 Primo Gems it costs. Actually, no. Cope, but useful for comfort. Pretty bad. And not even worth the 160 Primo Gems it costs. Okay. So, this tier is for the Alhaitham C1. Is it that bad? Yeah. You don't really make use of Alhaitham C1. And it's not even useful for comfort because in situations where you would care about getting your skill back, aka when you're not really doing proper rotations, the enemies aren't tanky enough to survive anyways. Anyways, C2 Alhaitham goes in pretty bad. Please fix the colors. Fine. All right. What do Albedo's cons do again? Oh yeah, it's the energy one and then the bursts. Yeah. Yeah, I think both of them are here. I also need another row above here. great con on a good character. Because, to me, or like, you know, C1 goes here. Isn't C1 kind of good for the EM? So here's the thing, okay? This increases Alhaitham's EM by 200, basically. Right? A little bit less than 200 on average, but whatever. Around 200. When you look at Alhaitham's best teams, at C1, because 1 point something K more DPS than the C0 rotation, but whatever. His personal damage is less than half the team DPS. So this 90.2 if you give him the C2. Becomes 94.3. 94.2, 94.4, whatever. There's like 4k DPS, a little bit more than that. 4 point something percent team DPS. It's less than 5% team DPS. That's really bad. Anyways, Alakino C2 also goes here. Me. You give him Nahida C2 to see the difference? Yeah, we can take a look at the C0 Haitham rotation with C2 Nahida. Tiny bit better. Tiny bit better. I wonder if C1 Nahida is better than C1 Alhaitham. It is. That's so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Even if you only go for one con, C1 Nahida is better. Although, if you're only gonna go for one 5-star, I'm pretty sure Lo-Fi is better than C1 Nahida. But anyways. Point is, don't go for all Hytham cons, but... Alright. Ayaka C1 is really dog shit. Maybe I should add another row here. Mid-con on a mid character. Because the thing is that Ayaka's C2 itself is good, but because her C1 is so bad, the gap between C0 and C2 isn't that great. It's not enough for me to call it good. Like, assuming every single hit of the burst hits, it would be, but because there's a lot of situations where they don't, it kind of isn't. Anyways. Baiju, both C1 and C2 go in here, right? Like, this is the sort of constellation that this row was made for. Yeah. Chaska C1 is along with C2 in here. Right? The constellation itself does more for Chaska than Arlecchino's cons do. But Chaska's baseline is so much lower. Anyways, child C1. Yeah, it goes here. C2. What's child C2 again? Right. Right. Yeah. Alright, Citlali. Citlali C1 is probably here, and C2 is probably here. C1 might actually be here, actually. C1 is really good. I mean, it's not a bad constellation, it's just that compared to the C2, it's pathetic. Let's go for the first real team. It's 125 from the C1, it goes to 131. Although this is not the optimal setup for C1, because we don't have enough EM. But we go to like 133-ish. 8k. It's not a very good con. But then the C2 takes this one from 130 to 160. Yeah. Slight difference in value. Maybe it doesn't actually make it here though. Now that I think about it, because the C1 isn't that good, it probably gets held back. C1 isn't that bad to make C2 not great. It kind of is though. Like, you need to understand, right? I think that a good way to have a good benchmark to have for what makes a constellation good is a constellation that increases your team DPS by less than 20%. To me, is generally not that good, because the good constellations nowadays are more than 20% team DPS increase. Citlali's C1 is not even, let alone 20%, it's not even 10%. C1 is 9 to 12 with SIG and probability. Yeah, but you're not getting SIG and C1. You're getting C2 and then you're considering the SIG. If you have enough to go for C2 Citlali, you go for C2 Citlali. You have enough for C1 or SIG, you'd rather go for C1. And once you have C1, if you have enough for C2 or SIG, you'd rather go for C2. You'll never be at C1 or 1 Citlali unless you fucked up. Why are you punishing her C2 for her C1? Like I said, you're not allowed to just activate the C2 without the C1. A character at C2 requires twice the amount of constellations and gives you the added effect of both constellations together. Right? It's not about the C2 from C1. It's about how the C2 from C0 compares to other C2s from C0s. Then even Mawika C2 isn't that good because C1 isn't that good. Mawika C2 is still pretty solid though. Right, like it's 20k DPS ahead of Lali C2. Moika cons are overall not the best in the game. She just starts very high. But they are pretty close to the best in the game, though, because Malika is one of the few characters that actually represents, like, 95% of the team DPS at C0. Right? Most characters, when they have a personal team DPS increase of 10%, it's a lot less than 10% team DPS increase. Shouldn't rows 3 and 4 be swapped? Isn't a mid-con on a good character better than a good con on a mid one? I don't think so in this case. Like, the constellations that are going to be here, in my opinion, are just not worth getting in general. Like, unless you're planning on going for C2, Lali C1 is worthless. It is not worth your primos. It's going to be a lot worse than getting either Mawika cons or signatures or, like, just don't go for these. Unless it's literally your only remaining option for vertical investment. Whereas these constellations, if you like the characters, you can go for them, right? Anyways. Chloride. How much is Chloride C1 again? It doesn't change rotations, right? So I can just fucking slap it on GC Sim. We will look at how they compare to this one, but the one we'll be using is going to be this one. No, this one. Right? Because this is her best C0 team, but it's not really a Clavine team. But adding cons to this team is not as good as adding cons to a team that focuses more on her personal damage. Right? So we're comparing it to the 102k. This is 107k. It's actually probably worse than... Is it worse than still playing this team? It's probably around the same, actually. It is slightly worse. That's very funny. Okay. And the C2. Yeah. The biggest problem with Chlorine C1 is that her best teams at C0 are not hyper carry teams. Which means that her best C1 team once you increase her personal damage isn't that much better than her best C0 team when she gets used in teams that deal damage from more than one character. So to me, the C1 is a mid-con on a mid character. Because best C1 team is barely better than best C0 team. C2 is a bit more value. Because right, let's say you've got the actual best team that has like 50-50 field time with Chlorine Marika, and you have hyper carry Chlorine. This is at C0. At C1, this one increases more than this one, but this one starts higher, so it's like this. But then at C2, it's like this. Right? Which means that the actual increase on each one, from the first one, it's this, which is very small. But from the second one, it's this, which is much bigger. Despite the actual percentage upgrade from each con being very similar. It's because at C1, she reaches the point where her hyper carry teams are about as good as the non-hyper carry teams. Anyways, probably goes here. Alright, Sino. What does Sino's early cons do again? Wow, that's bad. That's not very good. Okay. Pretty sure that's how it goes. This one is 60 cryo cred damage, and this one is, that's the quills, right? Yeah. How much of an upgrade are they again? Skirk isn't in here yet, right? Is there a C6 Ayaka, C0 Escaffier thing? I don't think so. GG. Alright. Look at this then. We'd rather look at this one, I think. Alright. 97. If you see 111. 14. It's like 15%. C2's kind of dog shit. Okay. That makes sense. Alright, C1 is a mid con. Probably goes good con on a good character. Probably reaches there. I said 20 earlier, but maybe 20 is a bit too demanding. I think 15 is fine. Then C2 mid con on a good character. Yeah. 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 Oh boy. This one, this next one is, yeah. Pretty odd and not even worth the 163 most. Farina. I think Farina's cons are a little bit overrated, personally. What team should we use as our example? Bro, there's so many fucking Farina sims. Jesus Christ. We can start with this one, sure. This one's at 103. You add the Farina con. Goes to 114. It's like about 150, a little bit over 10%. What's up, Jamie? C2 is from 114 to 124. A bit less than that. And that's pretty usual. Sometimes it's a little bit more than that, but that's generally around where it hovers. I think I need another row. um... One of many options. Well, no. How do I describe this one? For like the sort of cons that are never really going to be the best one unless you already have a bunch of constellations, but are still worth considering sometimes. Depending on your setup. Like the sort of con that like by default is generally less than getting a SIG, but can be better than getting a SIG if you already have a 5-star stat stick, you know? And honestly, no, yeah. Or maybe I just put them here. But yeah, also this tier was supposed to be here. Because like, I feel like they're better than these. Like it's somewhere between mid and good. No way SKP C1 is better than that. I mean, it is. SKP C1 is just more than Farina's C1. It's less versatile, sure. But it does more. C1 Escoffier only works in cryo teams? I mean, sure, but are you not playing a cryo team when you own Escoffier and Skirk and you go for Escoffier cons? You are. You are playing that team. Doesn't matter how versatile it is. What matters is, are you using it on a team you're playing? And if the answer is yes, then they're as versatile as they need to be. But if you don't own Skirk, then you're not considering going for Risk of Econs. Unless you're doing it for Ayaka, but in that case, it's still the same, right? Honestly, this should be here, now that I think about it. Because the team DPS increase of C2 Chlorine over C0 Chlorine in their respective best teams is like 20%. 10% per con is not good. It's pretty mid, actually. Wait, does this team get more from C1 Farina than C1 Escoffier? That's crazy. Hmm. I guess this team has a lot less damage percent, huh? Oh, but you're also using Yelan instead of Shanaha. Hmm. Maybe I need to bump Farina up a bit. I guess the team I was looking at the start was how much was it for this? 153. I don't know. Maybe we just need to put this down here. It is what it is. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Decent on a good character. Bro just doesn't want to say that Farina's good. I mean, what was this? This is like a 12% team DPS upgrade. You compare it to what I would call a good constellation. Oh, we're not changing the fucking... C1 changes the rotation, but they're not changing the rotation here. What is this rotation? What are they doing with this shit? N3D, what's going on, man? What am I looking at? Okay, this is okay. I mean, fuck, dude. I can't be looking at the value of C1 if they don't fucking do. It's fine. All right, so it's like 154 C0. I mean, I guess we can compare it to the value of Azure Light instead. What's a weapon we could use instead of Azure Light for this? Mist. We need something that has the same amount of crit rate, so Absolution. Wait, no, that's crit damage. Is it crit damage or crit rate? I forgot. Haran. Haran is probably overcapped here. Eh, whatever. Let's just do Mist Splitter. Crit rate equal minus 0.221. Crit damage. Wait, no. Plus 0.221. Crit damage equal minus 0.442. Alright, so 36. Reina C1. Okay, I can't be bothered with this shit, man. I give up. It's just... Farina's cons aren't that amazing. They're also not bad cons at all. It's just 7 to 14% depending on team damage percent. Yeah, and like an actual good con is like, when you look at these, it's like 20. It's a lot more. Rather create new tiers and cope than admit you're wrong and move her up. Well, admitting I'm wrong requires me to believe I'm wrong. I stand by this. Farina's cons are good because of their versatility, not their power. Their power is actually fairly average. It's just that there's a lot of teams that use Farina, so it'll be useful on a lot of accounts. But just in terms of power, they're not that great. They're decent, but they're not that great. I think versatility is a part of value and power. I mean, I don't think so in this case. I think versatility is an important part of power when you compare C0 characters. But when you're looking at constellations, you only go for constellations on the teams you like the most. Right? So versatility matters a lot less. What matters isn't how versatile a character is this a character I play, yes or no? Even if Chaska's C1 is here, if she's not a character that you play, you're not going to go for her C1 even if it's higher than Farina's C1, right? If you're someone who plays Farina all the time and doesn't play Chaska, you're not going to see this and be like, oh, I need to get Chaska's C1. They'll be like, oh, well, okay, this con is good, but this character isn't the one I play, so I don't give a shit. I think decent con on a good character should be higher than good con on mid one. But, like, to me, that's a stupid fucking way to think about it. Because there are two possibilities, alright? You either are a Chaska player, or you're not. If you are a Chaska player, you should never consider getting Farina con over Chaska con. And if you are not a Chaska player, you don't give a shit where the constellations are, because you're not playing her ass anyways. So, if this is below, then if you're a Chaska player, you'll see this and you'll think that you should get Farina's C1 over Chaska's C1. And if you're not a Chaska's player, you won't care, so you'll get Farina's C1. So you'll only be doing the right thing in half of the scenarios. Whereas if it's like this, whether you are a Chaska player or not, you'll get the right conclusion. What do you mean Farina's C2 doubles her own damage? Let's just pretend we don't see this Farina 11% of team DPS here. Then we can pretend that doubling her own damage matters. Huge. Because she's on TOM. Fine. We'll look at C2 Farina. Alright. 184-ish. And we'll change her to Golden Troop, just to make you happy. We have just lost 5k team DPS. Congrats. She's on TOM because TOM is her best set. Send you a Discord DM, I'll take a look. You look at the Nebulat Sims as well, yeah. In Nebulat Sims it'll be a bit higher, but alright, this is at 101. C1, 110. About 10%. C2, a bit more. 122. Little bit more than 10%. The biggest problem is that Nebulet's teams are moving more and more towards non-hydro damage. Right? Escoffier, Inefa, Llama. All characters that improve Nebulet's teams and do so through providing personal damage that is not hydro. That reduces the percentage of the team DPS coming from Farina, which reduces the value of Farina's C2 in these teams. And I expect things to keep moving in that direction. The best possible case scenario for the Farina teams, or for Farina's constellation value, is probably this team. Right, it's at 95. C1 brings it to 103. A bit less than 10%. C2 brings it to 113. I guess it's not even that good, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of cooked. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could also try to look at Farina carry teams, but, like, those are not real. Like, yeah, the percentage DPS increase will be higher, but it's like adding... Like, it's not a real thing. I thought C2 is mostly for teams with insufficient healing. Yeah, I think that the... Well, yes and no. C2 does help you enable teams with insufficient healing, but generally Farina's not that good there anyways. And yeah, C2 Farina will work there, but it will be worse than C2 Citlali or C2 another 5-star, right? You could go for 2 cons on Farina to make her function in, say, an Arlecchino team, but that's not better than going for cons on a character that already works in an Arlecchino team. Like, you gotta understand, right? This is not low. This is still pretty high on the list. Alright. This shit fucking sucks, dude. But I wouldn't say it's nearly as bad as these. So, well, actually, maybe it is. Now that I think about it, nowadays, Ganya's best teams are just the freeze ones, where her personal DPS is even lower. Yeah, I think it just goes here, and then the C2 goes here. Alright. Hu Tao. Man. It's not as bad as it used to be. Alright, Chilonen really saved Hu Tao's C1. Because Xianyun's release made Xianyun Hu Tao's best support, like Hu Tao's best healer for the Farina slot, like for the healer slot in Farina teams. And getting Hu Tao C1 doesn't change anything for the Xianyun team, it only upgrades the non-Xianyun teams. So the upgrade you got from the C1 was pretty bad. But then Chilonen came out, and Chilonen is about as good as Xianyun and Hu Tao teams. The biggest problem is that current Hu Tao teams have a really sus damage distribution. When you look at the good ones. And so, Hu Tao's C1 does a lot less than you think it does. So, Hu Tao's C1 is actually here for me. Hu Tao C2 goes here. Inefa! Oh, this one's an interesting one. Inefa is here. It's basically the same thing. Alright, like team DPS upgrades that hover around 10% go here. Please explain how C2 Arlecchino is even on the same level as C2 Seat Lolly. The biggest problem with C2 Seat Lolly is that the C1 is not very good. So getting the value from her C1 and her C2 for the cost of 2 constellations is, like, that's the reason she's not here. Because otherwise she'd be here. The C2 itself is very good. Anyways. Inefa's C2, it's kind of weird. Because, like, its value depends on whether or not you have cons on your other characters, right? But I think it probably goes here. C2 Arlecchino isn't as good as C1. I think it kind of depends. C2 is a constellation that gives you a nuke at the start of your rotation, which it's flexible. Its value will depend a lot depending on the content you're fighting. Ito. Oh boy. If I remember correctly, there are situations where C1 Ito is a DPS loss. Because it changes the timings of when your final hit happens. Which can make it so that your final hit happens after your Geo infusion runs out. If you're playing the rotations well at C1, it won't happen, but if you try to do the C0 rotations at C1, it can happen. But yeah, it's not even worth the 160 primos it costs for sure. C2, pretty bad. Kazuha! Bro, I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. Kazuha C1 is not even worth the 160 primos it costs. It might be the most overrated con in the game. I think that nowadays, there's basically not a single team where if you have C1 Kazuha, you want to use a second skill. C1 Temu Saxord, C2 Walmart Sucrose, yeah. Chat, I think I'm gonna ruffle some feathers with this next one. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers with this next one. C2 Kazuha goes here. Maybe we don't need the good con on a bad character thing, actually. But like, I 100% think it should be in between these two. But maybe the name of this isn't good. It's just, in 2025, the teams that care about the EM provided by Kazuha's C2 don't either can't use Kazuha's burst because it fucks over your elemental application, or don't care about damage percent. And so, even at C2, Kazuha's worse than Sucrose. Isn't it good on Flynn's? Kazuha C2 is good on Flynn's, but Kazuha C2 is worse than Sucrose in a Flynn's team. If your Flynn's team runs Kazuha, then getting Kazuha C2 does improve the team. But your Flynn's team shouldn't run Kazuha to begin with, and if you have C2 Kazuha, it's still worse than Sucrose. Sucrose provides that much EM? Yeah. In Flynn's team, Sucrose provides about 210 EM plus TTDS. But also her animations are shorter, so the rotations are shorter. She's just so much better. I guess we just go bad con on a good character. It kind of pisses me off to call Kazuha a good character, but it is what it is. But yeah. Don't tell Kazuha lovers who's better between Kazuha and Venti in a Flynn's team. They're not ready to hear it, man. They are not ready to hear it. Trust me, they are not ready to hear it. Ipoga, you said that like in a funny way, I guess, but like you're right. The biggest problem with Kazuha's C2 is that the trigger condition for his C2 is his burst, and his burst is bad. Right? Like his burst is really bad. If you could get the C2's value just from using skill, he actually wouldn't be too bad. Like it would actually probably make it like here. But the fact that you can't makes it cooked. Anyways. Kanich. $100 crit damage. And 30 shred. Nuke. I might need to add a new tier. Because I feel like calling it mid is probably not entirely fair. But it is not on the same tier as Chaska's cons. Maybe I just... Or... Good on a mid character. And C2 probably goes there as well. How much is the increase again? In each? They don't have Yansan in this yet, right? But this will have to do. And so this is 96. C1 goes 111, so it's 15%. C2 was 130, 131. A bit more. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. It's 130k, isn't that Maoika C0 DPS? Yeah. At C2 with Maoika on the team. So, yeah. Alright, Klee. Where is she? Oh, is her C1 due again? What do you mean? A certain chance? You're not gonna tell me what the chance is? Bro, what the fuck? That's so dumb. Yeah, I guess we need to take a look at the KQM TCL for this shit. What? I never realized this was... Okay. Has a 10% chance, but with Biddy. So it works like Royal and yeah. How about dodge? So what's the actual chance? So it's actually a 35% chance in practice. About every 3 hits. is increased by 120%. It can miss an AoE. Yeah, that's very funny. Isn't that kind of good? Also, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong. I fucked up. It's not supposed to be this. Yeah, I'm wrong. This is not 35%. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's 25%. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're dumber. We didn't realize. No, there were some chatters that realized. It's about 1 every 4 hits. And her hits are generally probably around 100-ish average, if you include the charge attacks. It's about like 30% more DPS. Wonder if it's properly implemented in the sim. Is Klee really so bad that her best set in the Chivalrous team is Echoes? Oh no. I don't like that. Well, Klee is at 34k. We add a constellation. 35k. Okay, something's wrong. Oh, it's because we're fucking yoinking. It's because we're yoinking the vapes because of it. Ha, fuck. Okay, never mind. We need to look at another team. It can't be a Farida. Actually, does Klee get a lot of vape damage in this one? No. Okay. So this one, personal damage, 40. And if we give her C1, personal damage, 40. Okay, something's wrong. I don't know what's happening, but something's wrong. Yeah, I guess it's just cooked, man. This just goes in pretty bad. Whatever. GG. And then Klee's C2. C2 is crazy? No. C2 is not crazy. C2 is actually in pretty bad as well. Actually, Klee's C2 might be the most overestimated character in the game. Good for speedrun, good for speedrun, good for speedrun. Is it actually good for speedruns? Or is it just the thing you use if you need 7 other teams with all your other possible options and you just cope like crazy? It's about as good as C1 for Reyna, it's pretty good. Sure, but are you playing Klee as a support without this constellation? No. And is C2 Klee better than an actual support? Also no. So it's not actually good. It's Omega bait. It's just for carry Klee that it's not that bad, but carry Klee is not good. Sorry, Jamie. Literally saw the TTDS Klee sim for Lenny. Okay. Do you guys want to see how that compares to replacing Klee, C2 Klee with C0 Shilonen? Who, by the way, isn't even that great in this team? Yeah. Maybe we could have it here. Right? Just because of the way it helps Klee carry. But... yeah. That's not true, Jamie. I know that Wales started using Hu Tao with Mualani this Stygian Onslaught. You're wrong. Oh. Anyways. Kokomi C1, pretty bad. And C2, not even worth the 160 primos it costs. I'm actually kind of curious about something. I wonder if there's a Kokomi Monohydro. Probably, right? Yeah. Okay. I want to check something. Let's look C6 Kokomi in this team. 91k. Let's look C0 Kokomi with C1 Farina. $98k. Yeah. Oh, that's true. The rotation they do might not be using N3s. Yeah, they do N2, N2Ws, and N2Ds. Still. Lenny. Yeah. This one. I actually don't know how this mats out because I'm not sure when exactly you get your stacks. Kind of curious. Kind of curious about this. Lenny, do we use a Wandering Evenstar TOMEI team as our benchmark? I like that. I like that. Let's use that one. This 99k baseline. At C1, it goes 105k. That's awful. 106k. It's like 6 to 7k DPS. And C2 is another like 5k DPS. Wait, these are a lot worse than I thought they were. What the fuck? Wait, that is awful. What the fuck? $99. 103. 102. That is a lot worse than I thought. Than 112. That's actually worse than I thought. Although I guess it's a bit worse than the GC Sim. It's a bit better than GC Sim says because it gives you a like flat amount of motion value that still happens even if you have to cancel your rotation early because you will never get a full linear rotation because bow charge attack. This is probably mid. Yeah. Alright. Mawika C1. This one's like, ugh. I want to use this one as a baseline. Alright. And the C1 itself goes from 125 to, what is it, 130 something? 135? Oh, 138. A bit better than I thought. It's worse with the Ansan. I suppose that is true. I suppose that is true. Anyways, it probably goes here. Or maybe here, actually. Isn't that worse than C1 Farina? It's a similar upgrade. Yeah. Then Mualani. Oh, Mualani cons. Oh boy. Oh boy. I wonder how much it is in this sim. This team is not real. So let's look at this one. It's also not real, but it's not real in a less... it's less fake. Let's just put it that way. Anyways. It's 98... It's basically 100k. And C1 brings it to what? 120? 123? And then C2 is kind of weird. It's one more chomp. Yeah, but it's also not. Because you don't want to lose your buff uptime. And that additional chomp doesn't just happen during your buff uptime, it happens a bit later. But it also makes the previous chomps happen earlier. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that C2 actually does go for short rotations. I guess C1 kind of wants to go for short rotations as well. But yeah, this is a fake as fuck, like omega fake team. But the percentage increase here will be what you would expect out of a 2 uptime Mualani. So, right, because this is a 2 uptime Mualani, right? It's Mualani, Shilonen, Mualani Sucrose, Mualani skill, attack, yeah. That's not what I want to do. So 120k goes up to 160k. So it's 33%. In like the best case scenario. Honestly, that might be enough to put it here. It probably is, yeah. Jamie had 30% for both Gons in his newest bid. I think that C2 is a lot more fake. The value for C2 heavily depends on your rotations, and in practice, I don't expect it to ever reach actually 30%. But it still won't be low, right? Like, I'd probably still have it here. But yeah. I wonder if there's ever a world where you do a three skill Mualani rotation at C2. You just swap to Mualani, E, Get 2 stacks, plus 1 stack from colliding with the enemy, and do the chomp, and then immediately swap out, and you just do that 3 times. Because there's no cooldown on this, right? On either of these? Yeah. The highest DPS C2 sim does 2 Mualani. Has anyone actually properly tried 3 Mualani in the sim? Because you also get more energy generation, which means more bursts. But this one runs a bit of ER and subs. You wouldn't have to do that on 3E. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, next up is Nahida. Nahida's C1 goes in pretty bad. And this next one is gonna ruffle some feathers again, chat. Do you actually believe that? Yeah. You look at the Nahida teams, right? We've got optimized Hyperbloom, right? Goes from 95 to 112 from the C2. That's 15%. Bit more than that. Not actually very good. For 2 constellations? That's ass, dude. The reality is that Nahida's cons are just not very good. Like, people see Death Shred and they're like, oh my god, I heckin' love Death Shred, it's so rare, therefore it has to be so good. But like, you know, 30% Death Shred against level 105 enemies in Dire, right? It's an 18% DPS increase. I said, sorry, I meant Fearless. $19% DPS increase. 18, 19 from the defense shred. But the C1 is basically worthless, so it's basically about 20% for 2 cons, so 10% per con. And the increase is even lower for Hyper Bloom. Wait, no, sorry. The increase is the same for Hyper Bloom, it's 20. It's just not good compared to modern 30%. I mean, it's not that constellations are currently around 30% per, it's that 20% for 2 is just not that good. Right, like, that's worse than Farina, and I was pretty negative on Farina. And Farina as a whole is a better character than Naida in 2025. So, yeah. Next, Navia. Navia's C1 is pretty bad. The reality is that Navia has so many ways of cheating out more energy at the start of a rotation that this kind of shit just doesn't do anything. And then C2. Jesus Christ. C2, right? 36 crit rate. Wow. And it's not bad, but also, because all her good weapons are crit rate, with this, it can become difficult not to overcap. It makes it so you can't use Marital C anymore. It's kind of annoying. It's like 16 on average? What do you mean? I mean, like, it's 16 crit rate on average? I mean, a bit more than that. But it is true that this isn't just 36% crit rate. Because Navia's damage distribution, I think a lot of people forget. Is there a Bennett Mawika one? Yeah. Alright. Razula's hard shot, 23k. Navia DPS, 36k. 37k. So it's about 2/3. And so 36 crit rate to 2/3 of your damage is equivalent to 2/3 of 36 crit rate. Actually a bit less than that, because then you'll want to optimize for your... You won't be at 1 to 2 anymore, so it's actually worth more like 22 crit rate than 24. Maoika 51, we don't talk about that. Although I guess, yeah, this is a team that on-field Maoika a decent amount. In teams that on-field Maoika less, like this one, Urzulo's hard shot, 20. Navia, 40. It's half instead of 2/3. And then the value of the crit rate provided actually is close to that 16 that the chatter said earlier. And so in practice, right, we're probably so cooked on crit. We need to minus 36 crit rate. Crit rate equal minus 0.36. Crit damage equals 0.72. C2. And it goes from 91k, 96k. 97k. Wait, that's so ass. What the fuck? Wait, what? Is it really that bad? Wait, that's so bad. What the fuck? Probably removed too much crit rate. No, we're at 60 crit rate, which means that we're at 96 on the hold skill. Yeah, that's bad. What the fuck? I can't in good conscience put this here. But this doesn't describe it. But this is where I'd put it. Whatever. Let's just call Kazuha mid. Solves our problem. Honestly, I think it's fair to call Kazuha mid nowadays. Because, like... Shilonen's whole thing is that she's numerically worse in exchange for a lot of flexibility and comfort. And Kazuha has the same numbers without as much flexibility or comfort. Why is 72 CV bad? Because it's not actually 72 CV. It's 72 CV on half of her damage. So it's more like 36 CV. But it's actually less than that. Because when you have a different amount of crit rate for different types of damage, at least one of those two is not going to be at 1 to 2 anymore. Right? So it's not actually 36 CV. It's like the equivalent of closer to 30 CV. And the C1 is pretty worthless. So 2 Constellation for 30 CV is not very good. Okay. For Neuvillette teams, I guess we'd mainly want to look at this one, I suppose. Alright, 95. C1 brings that 95 to 109. 15-ish%. How much is C2? It's not that much, huh? Neuvillette is so washed, bro, legit a fraud. True. I think Neuvillette C1 goes in here. And then C2 goes in here. Yeah, I think that's fair. The biggest problem with Neuvillette cons is mainly that his teams are not hyper carry teams. I told you guys from the start, Neuvillette is a character that is not designed around a hyper carry playstyle. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Neuvillette is not a hyper carry. And when your character is not a hyper carry, constellations that increase their personal damage translate to less team DPS increase. Neuvillette is an Inefa driver? Yeah, Neuvillette is an Inefa Llama driver. That's what he is. But yeah. Also, let's actually properly explain why Navia's crit is like complete dog shit from this C2, right? Because like, okay, she does about 50% of her damage from skill. So distribution, skill, rest, right? And at C0 with a crit rate weapon, you can probably reach around 400 CV on a good build, right? On her signature set. Right, because you can get 98.4, 62.2, 27.6 times 2, and let's say 28 times 6.6 on a really good build. Around 400 CV, right? $100. This is going to be this divided by 4. This is going to be this divided by 2. Crit multiplier, 300. Crit multiplier, 300. And then average crit multiplier is just gonna be this times this plus this times this. It's just gonna be 300, right? Very straightforward. This is C0. Let's look at C2, right? At a baseline, it's still this. Your crit value is plus 72. You don't want to overcap, so this is just going to be 100%. And this is going to be minus the 200 CV that you use for 100 crit rate. Your crit multiplier, 372. But it's not like you can have 72 crit damage here and then for the rest of your damage, 36 crit rate instead. So your crit damage stays at 272. But your crit rate is 64. And so your actual crit multiplier is going to be at around 323. Which is the equivalent of 422 CV. Actually, no, that's not true. It's just this plus 1. It's the equivalent of 423 CV. I said 30 earlier, it's way less than 30. Yeah. If, instead of crit rate, it was crit damage, right? Then this would be 100. And this would be 200. And it'd be 36 instead, right? But because it's crit rate instead of crit damage, it's 23. It loses a third of its effectiveness because it's crit rate. Free damage is 50%. Baseline in teams that actually do her normal attacks on field, it's about 50%, yeah. It's about 50% from 50% from skill, 30% from normals, 20% from burst, if I remember correctly. But yeah. But yeah, so this is 23 CV, which, by the way, is a percentage increase of 8% across 2 constellations. Yeah. Yeah. 4% per con. That's all Hytham C2 level of bad. I swear, man. Crit rate constellations that only apply to part of the kit are so fake. They're so fake. It's good for quick swap teams? That's true. If you do the Navia Arlecchino team, alright, 81k. You do C2 Navia with crit rate minus 0.36, crit damage equals 0.72. Goes to 93k. 92k. Like 12% team DPS. Just personal damage wise. It goes to 43, 44 from 33, so it's like 33% team or personal DPS. I mean, it's a pretty big deal there. But yeah. Anyways, next, look at Nilo. So, unironically, Nilo C1 isn't as bad as you guys think, I think. Do I still have the Loma sheet open? I do. But, 'It's not good either, but more like here. It's like 5%-ish team DPS. And then 35 shred, right? So already at minus 45. Actually, it's about a 15% increase. So both of them together is about 20. So C1 is probably here, C2 is probably here. Although, when Llama comes out, Nilo's not a mid character anymore, she's a good character. So maybe it's this instead. Yeah. I'm actually kind of curious, how much of a team DPS increase is... That's not a real team, is it? I'm scared. I don't want to look at the damage distribution, but also I do. Okay. Let's look at this one. No, that's engulfing. That's C2R1. Jesus Christ, never mind. We look at this one? Yeah. It's at 71.2. You give her C1. Close to 73. Like 2%. Give her C2. 87 from 71. That's a bit over 20% team DPS. Personal DPS goes to 53. From 35. It's like 50%. But Raiden is not a large majority of team DPS at C0. So, yeah. C1, I'd say it's not even worth the 160 primos it costs. And C2, honestly, C2 is mid-con on a mid-character. The team DPS increase from C0 to C2 on Raiden is around 20-something%. Which is 10% per con. Which is pretty similar to what you get from Linny's cons. To be next to Chaska? No. But C2 Raiden isn't even better than C0 Chaska. Alright. Next is Shenhe. Oh. Okay. So Shenhe's C1 pretty bad. Shenhe's C2 bad con on a mid character. Actually, no. It's also pretty bad. But yeah, 25% is 25% of the SKP C1. No. The main... I'm pretty sure you gain more from the 6-second duration extension than you do from the 15 crit damage. Because the duration extension makes it so that the shred lasts for longer. So you get it for all of Skirk's damage instead of only a part of it, and for more of Iskafi's damage. And so you want to go for in comfort? Yeah, sure. Sure. That's fair. Back in Inazuma, you said Shenhe's C2 was too good to put Shenhe on standard. Do you still agree? No, I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't remember saying that, but I don't doubt your words. I think the main problem is that the biggest upside of Shenhe's C2 is the longer uptime on the shred, and Escoffier gives you so much shred with 100% uptime that it just matters less. Now that Escoffier is out. Sijuin. I'm kind of curious. Take a look at the Petra Sijuin sims. 80k. We give Sijuin C1. 83k. Like 4%. Sijuin C2. 95k. That's like almost 15%. C1 goes in pretty bad. C2 probably goes in pretty bad. Meh. Because the problem is that even at C2, Sijuin is still worse than Kazuha in the slot. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Skirk! So, Skirk C1 has a value that depends on your rotation. But like the default amount that you get is about 3k motion value, with an upper limit being higher. If you get the default amount, it's like a 20 to 30% upgrade to her personal damage, which is generally a 15 to 25 increase in team DPS. It's less than that. Like 12 to 20, actually. And then C2 also has varying value depending on the playstyle you use and depending on the situation. The burst increase is better than the skill increase, but not so much that you'd rather use burst over skill. So it kind of depends. There's a lot of it depends in Skirk Constellation value. But I think as a general rule, both of them go here. Yeah. Next up is Varissa. My goat. Varissa's not on the sim yet, right? She's a cow, not a goat. Thank you, Terrible. So, Varissa's C1 isn't great. It's like here. But Varissa's C2 is a bit better. I don't know if it goes here, if it makes it into this one. I don't think it makes it into this one. I think it goes here. Because the C1 is not good enough. Like, the increase from the C2 is pretty good, but the consolidated increase of C1 plus C2 for a C2 isn't that great. The real power of the C2 is how much more fun she becomes to play through. Venti's C1 is a joke. I think everyone knows that already. What's the C2 again? Animal res and physical res? Okay, yeah, that's bad. Pretty bad. Who knows, though? Varka? Varka? Maybe Varka's a hybrid animal physical carry. Who knows? Alright, Wanderer. Is there an unfortunate soul that actually simmed Wanderer stuff with cons other than C6? I don't think so, no. It's either C6 or... Wait, what? Oh. What is this team? Oh, I see. This is half a rotation cut off right before... Yeah, okay. I see. Never mind. I don't think there are any C2 Wanderer things, right? Yeah. Yeah. C1 Wanderer is quality of life and C2 is overrated? Yeah. Yep. I think that's fair. I think both C1 and C2 stayed pretty bad for Wanderer. No, thank you. Risley. It's between bad and mid. It depends. I'll put it in mid, just to be nice. And then C2... Do you see this funny thing? What is that? Is that C6 Risley being worse than Skirk in Freeze? C6R5? I see. That's... yeah. I see. I see. That is quite funny. Quite humorous. C2 goes bad con. It's just not good. His C2 sucks. The same as Wanderer? Yeah, but Risley's a better character than Wanderer. Ganyan, C1 is cope but useful for comfort. C2. I think C2 actually goes here. For Xianyun. No. No, what is this? I don't like that. What the fuck is this? Okay, we're gonna pretend we didn't see that. Okay? Mono Pyro plunge Mawika. That... No. No. There's 106. 135. Actually, I don't think it's enough to make it in that category. Because it is 2 cons, because the C1 is useless. Oh, because Burst doesn't even buff her plunges? Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Next, Shao. Shao C1, cold but useful for comfort. Shao C2, not even worth the primos. Shilonen C1, cold but useful for comfort. C2 Shilonen is also a very overrated constellation. Look at this one. You can look at this one. We can look at this one, and we can look at the Nvidia one. So 125 to 140, 41. So less than 15. 101 to 114. Again, less than 15. 100 to 117. A little bit more in this one. 17. 96. 111. Around 15. That's for 2 cons. That's like 7, 8 per con. That's bad. This goes here. Pavilion C2 is not good. Unless it's what you need to enable your Geo team, but your Geo team is bad, so bench it. Stop coping. Alright, next is Yai. Oh man. They're not good. Next is Yelan. C1 is cope but useful for comfort. C2 probably goes here. kind of curious on the Mualani carry teams, how much C2 is. What am I looking at? Not actually a lot. You know what? I think I might have been too optimistic. I think it goes here. Yeah. Does it apply in more hydro matter? Not very often. Sometimes. You show the highest tier? Sure. Yoimiya. Uh-huh. Not even worth the 160 primos, and pretty bad. Zhongli! C1. What? What's going on? As someone who has C1 Zhongli, I can tell you, I wish I didn't. Why though? The upside of C1 is that you get 2 instances of pillar resonance, but it doesn't do any damage, so it's basically nothing. And the downside of C1 is you get 2 pillars that you can accidentally climb. And I would say that the downside is more relevant than the upside. Climbing the additional pillar once every 30 hours of gameplay is a bigger deal than 30 hours of 1 additional pillar's worth of resonance damage. Anyways, Zhongli's C2, unironically, is pretty bad. Back in the day, it wasn't that bad because you could just use burst instead of hold E. But there's a lot of things that changed, right? One, the Zhongli buff in like 1.4, 1.5 made it so you couldn't get interrupted out of your hold E, right? But also, and I guess more importantly, they keep increasing team DPS, which makes the really long burst animation of Zhongli's burst less and less worth using. Alright. Next, Emily. It's kind of shit, man. Like, this is 90k baseline. Emily C1 brings that to 100k. Emily's C2 brings that to 113k. I think it goes like here. Maybe. No, it doesn't. It's probably more like this here, actually. As a C2 or 1 immediate injury, or 1 feels so much better than C1 or C2? Yeah, 100%. C2 is good. C2 isn't as good as you think it is. Dread in the negatives is a lot less valuable. Yeah. Chiori. How much is a C2 again? I forbore. Been a while since I looked at Chiori calcs for cons. So C1 at 100k, C2. $104k, that's pathetic. Jesus Christ. We gain like 4k DPS. Yeah, okay. C1, cope, but useful for comfort. C2, bad con on a mid character. Finally, we have Ayato. So the problem with Ayato's C1 is that in order for it to activate, the enemies need to be below 50% HP. But in order to bring the enemy below 50% HP, you're much better off not using an Ayato team. Yeah, both C1 and C2 go in here, honestly. And that does that. That's it. Huge. This is my list. Maybe we can do a little bit of ordering within the tiers. Probably Skirk, then Skirk, then Lolly, then Mualani, then Arlecchino. Lolly should be at the top tier. No, again, like I said, the problem with Lolly's C2 is that Lolly's C1 isn't very good. The increase from C1 to C2 on Lolly is very good, and would warrant If her C2 was her C1 instead, Citlali, like, that constellation would be here. The C1 is bad. C1 Arlecchino is the same damage increase as C2 Citlali. Sure, but it's to an Arlecchino team, not a Mawika team, so it's not as good. I get what you're saying, though. But that's why Arlecchino's here, despite her being a carry that's a lot worse than Skirk, right? Where'd C1 Flynn's go? Probably in this one as well. Probably between Mualani and Arlecchino. Both C1 and C2 would be here, I think. Why isn't Mualani C2 in the top tier? It's insane for front load. Because it doesn't actually increase the amount of front loaded damage, it just makes that damage happen like 1 second earlier. When it comes to the way that it changes your damage distribution over your rotation. It also increases your overall DPS, yes, but yeah. You can do 4 bites. I'm pretty sure that's not even optimal. I'm pretty sure if you min-max the rotation, you want to swap out after 2 or 3 bites. Because you want to do shorter rotations that maximize the amount of times you proc her C1. And you want to maintain full uptime on all your buffs. Anyways. Is Nahida's C2 really below Nilo's C2? Yeah, because Nahida's C2 doesn't do shit in Llama teams because Nahida's not being used in Llama teams. Whereas Nilo's C2 does do something in Llama teams. That's the biggest problem. Right? Is that Nahida's not part of the best Nilo team anymore when Llama comes out. At C2, she does circle back to being better, but the upgrade from the C2 isn't that big. Because her presence makes the team a bit worse than if you could use Baiju and build more EM on your Hydro characters. So it's not a 20% increase, it's like a 10% increase. And at that point, Nilo's C2 is better. Shouldn't Chaska's C2 be up? No, because again, I'm not evaluating C2 versus C1, I'm evaluating C2 versus C0. It feels kind of weird to have Chaska alone in a tier. But, like, she kind of is there, right? Anyways. We can order within the tiers here a little bit as well. So... probably... Reina's C1 or Neuvillette first. Probably Neuvillette first, actually. Maybe not. Find it funny with how much you dislike Mualani, her cons are so high up. I mean, yeah, because... I mean, one of the many factors that contribute to me disliking Mualani is that she's balanced for whales, right? She's a character who at C0 is fairly underwhelming, but has incredibly good constellations. Is Frey not considered a good character, or her cons not that great? Her cons aren't that great. Numbers-wise, Farina's cons individually generally represent around a 10% DPS increase per con. Which isn't bad, but it's not insane either. Yeah, I think this is fine. Raiden C2 should be in Chaska tier? No. Because, like, you need to understand, okay? When you look at Chaska teams, you look at free-to-play Chaska teams, what's the team in the sim that I should be using for this? Probably this one? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it should probably be a non-Maoika one, but I don't know if the sim has any non-Maoika teams that run 2 characters of the same element. Because you want to run 2 characters of the same element to maximize the value of her cons. But all the, like, 2 characters of the same element sims are running Maoika. I guess there's this one. The team is kind of cope, though, but whatever. It's not like you want to use, it goes from 80k. Was it 80? 79. 15k for the first one. Honestly, maybe I'm overestimating the value of Chaska cons. I don't know. His team is also ass. I mean, yeah, but that's not really the point. Because, like, one of the biggest reasons why Chaska's cons are very valuable is because Chaska is a very versatile character, like, design-wise. Which means that a Chaska with Constellations is going to be a carry that can reach your DPS check for Dire in, like, 8 different archetypes. But the actual value provided by the cons isn't, like, out of this world insane. It's good, and it's among the better ones, but it's not actually as much as Mualani. So maybe we just put her at the top of this instead. And we remove this row. I think that's probably fine. Yeah. Alright. Then this tier. What's the best constellation in here? Well, all these are whatever. Unironically, the best one in here is probably Seatlali C1 just because it gets you closer to Seatlali C2. And even if you don't get Seatlali C2, the psychological impact of being closer to Seatlali C2 is probably more than the actual impact of any of these cons. Probably something like this here. No. Something like this? No. Something like this? Yeah. Yeah. Mid-con on a mid-character. What's the best constellation here? Flynn's C1 and C2 would be nested between Mualani and Arlecchino. And I'm not sure about Loma. I'd have to think about it. Anyways, I think the best one here is probably Chloride's C2, then Ayaka's C2, then... probably Emily C2, then Emily C1, then Raiden C2, then Hutao C1. No. Nahida's C2 is probably here. I think, yeah. Then Blind C1. And yeah, sure. That seems fine. I think this is fine. Then for these, what's the best bad con on a mid character in here? Nilo C1. Then Navia C2. Then Chiori C2. Then Kazuha C2. Then Grizzly C2, probably. You can use Grizzly C2 unlike Kazuha. Yeah, but it's really insignificant as well. Like, you will use it, kind of, but, like, also whatever. C2 Kazuha isn't that good, but if you do end up using it, it does do things, right? Sionian on top of Comfort because of Stygian Onslaught. Actually true, yeah. You're right. It's probably the number one in this category. Then Shenhe C1 for the same reason. Then Pyongyang C1 for the same reason. Then Baiju C1, then Baiju C2, then this, yeah. There's no way Shenyan C1 is better than Chiori. Chiori C1 is only useful in Navia teams, and Navia's best Geo teammate is not Chiori anymore. So, like... yeah. Yeah. Alright. Now for the pretty bad. What's the best constellation here? Probably C2 and C2. I'm so sorry. Oh. Then Ganyu C1. Then I'll hype him C2. Then Shenhe C2. Then Nahida C1. Then I'm not ordering these. Fuck it. Like they all suck, man. I don't care. They all suck. All right. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. All right. Jamie said he wanted to discuss when I was done, so we will do that. And while we wait for him, we'll keep going with this shit. Oh yeah, I needed to fucking check how good Shilon in C2 is on him. PGS video. We'll also do that after we, with Jamie. The problem with Shiloh and C2 is that it's only good sometimes. Right? In order to make Shiloh and C2 good, you need to also have the ER requirement to burst. So you need to be at 170 ER anyways to capitalize on the energy. Anyway, we'll yeah, Jamie's here. We'll talk about that later.
Hello?
Hello, Jamie. How do you do?
I'm doing very good. Welcome everyone. Hello? Hello?
You're much quieter than usual. Let me turn you up a little bit.
Okay, I just have to mute your stream for a bit. I was watching it for a bit actually. It's quite entertaining. Welcome everyone. What is this emote?
What emote? The J?
Yeah.
It's because of my EU account. I've
Yeah,
got
what is... I saw someone say that. I don't know what that means.
If you look at my screen, you'll understand.
Oh. But how are you making progress then? Because I've heard about this
Because
thing. I've
you
heard
can press
make, like,
J.
a new account.
You just can't go in this menu. But you can accept story quests through this menu now.
Oh, so you are doing quests. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I thought that didn't make sense. I was thinking about it, and then I was like, how are you getting your primos and shit like that without questing?
Yeah. Oh, also, Jamie, dude, I got lucky on the Mualani banner.
What do you? Oh, I still quiet. I don't really talk any nowadays. So
Wait, Jamie, you're like cutting out. British internet.
I don't know what happens.
Oh my god, yeah, it's
What do
really
you mean?
bad.
Do you mean like a noise threshold thing, and it's hitting that?
No,
Or
it's
something
like it's very robotic.
Okay, let me close some stuff.
You change the location of the call. Is that something you can do? How do you do that? Don't call him a clanker. Are you here? Jamie? He left the call. I think he closed his Discord, actually. Probably restarting it. Did he get that offended by the Glee placement? Probably, yeah.
Adventuring is right up my alley.
Okay. Well, I want to go back to Flint's calcs, but I don't. I know Jamie doesn't want to look at leaks, so I kind of can't. It's fine. He doesn't have the stream open, surely. We just stop yapping when he comes back. We gotta look at energy requirements for. Yeah, for this thing. So. If we don't go for an energy weapon, right? We need 176. And in order to get 176, or when you have 176,
themselves to the heavens.
If you go to 180,
Horizons in the world below.
you can actually burst every rotation. Okay, 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 okay. So with C2 Shilonen, you can burst every rotation. So, what weapon should we be using as our assumption? I think we just do Shovel ER Sands for now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, characters, Ilonen, C2. Oh, I'm not adding defense. I don't give a shit. This Shiloden character is not... Yeah. Did I set up the Geo stuff in the Lunar Charge? Lunar Charge percent. Pyro. Nod Cry. Pyro. Otherwise... I did not. Fuck. GG. Oh. Jamie's back. Hello, Jamie.
Is this good?
Oh! It sounds good.
Okay. I don't know what happened. My Discord just like shut down. I have to restart. Hopefully I didn't interrupt whatever you were doing.
It's fine. I was yapping about leaks.
Okay. Yeah, I just had to restart my computer. I don't know. Sometimes like I think when I'm like at OBS, sometimes Discord just kind of turns off. Okay, I have to open this off back up again. So did you explain why I'm on the call?
No, I did not.
Okay, I'm here to sabotage. No, okay. I'm here, guys. Because I saw Zajef doing that list, and then I thought, yeah, let's just compare. Let's compare what we got.
Turn volume up? Yeah, I did. I just did. Okay, use business. Is there... Okay, first of all, Jamie, is there anything that you see and you're like, oh my god, Zajef, you're a complete fucking idiot? What the hell is wrong with you?
I think we have to do like a I'll show you mine if you show me yours kind of same time kind of thing.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm not opposed to the idea.
Okay, at the same time. Okay, I downloaded mine. I don't know how to like share, like you know how people share the actual website. So I've just got a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, and before you show this, I guess I do have to say, like, so you did this for the same reason I did it because you were watching like that TGS video, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone, so this is not serious at all. Like, I'm same thing as the Jeff. I'm assuming like mine was just like 70% like a joke, especially when you see some of these what do you call it, tiers. It's semi-serious, yeah. So nobody get but hurt.
I think I can see that. Yes. Yeah. These. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I think I guess we have to talk about. I think we're doing like different. What's the word? We're looking at it from different angles. How do I explain like my angle? Mine was.
You're gonna have to do a lot of explaining. I'm gonna be honest. Looking at this.
Mine is okay. First of all, I see some people asking what the super base tier is or the baseline tier. First of all, it's not that serious, but like the baseline tier, you guys will know when I when I say it, but if you play like Star Rail, it's similar to like E1 Trivi or E2 Dill. It's like the baseline tier is the characters. If you go online, you see like a YouTube showcase of those characters. You're not seeing anyone without these things. It's like annoying. You're like trying to find the
It's
gameplay,
characters that are
and
so
everyone's
bad that
got
you
it.
need constellations to make them work, like Farina.
It's just you just cannot find the gameplay without those things. Just generally speaking, that's kind of how it is. It's more of an annoying thing in Star Rail, to be honest. Like if you try to find like any gameplay with like Trivi, you see like the E1 Trivi, and then you're like, oh my god, is it E1 Trivi or is it E0 Trivi that's actually good? You can't find the comparisons. It's basically it's like if you have those characters, it's like you're playing challenge mode if you don't have those things. Not saying that they're like super strong, but it's just you can't find people playing the characters
So
without
it's
those.
basically just a
It's the baseline.
popularity contest.
Kind of. Well, the thing is, the rest of my list, I guess, the way it's different than yours is I guess I'm focused more on um, like how you're like vertically investing in like those characters' teams. And there's a lot of I tried to be harsh actually. I tried to like because I watched the TGS's one and he put like a lot of stuff like in either in the middle or towards the top. For me personally, I was like I even wanted more stuff in like the don't tier because there's a lot of stuff I don't really I don't even recommend most conversations in general. But I tried to be like quite harsh,
Mm-hmm.
and the ones that are towards the top are more um like cons you'd probably get early if you're like vertically investing. If you're
Okay,
investing in
also,
that character's teams.
I'm seeing, like, if, my first objection is looking at what you have in the don't tier. I feel like you should put Navia C2 in the don't tier as well. Navia C2 is so fucking bad.
It's quite I didn't see exactly what you said about it. I agree it's quite bad. It's also like you don't really get it if you're first of all, Navia in general is more of like I guess the free to play Fontaine character. Like majority of who have got her just stay at C0 and that's it. There were many people investing into her. Maybe there was some C6 people. So her like dolphin stuff never really existed. But then I guess if you are investing into her, you're either getting like Moika cons or Shilonan cons. But I agree, like the thing about the Navia C2 is that to get value out of it, you have to take value away from her other attacks
Mm-hmm.
because the crit rate is only for the skill, isn't it?
Yeah, I
So
was
like,
looking at it, and I estimated that it's about a, like, 23 CV increase in terms of, like, value. Like, it gives you about as much of a DPS increase as getting 23 crit damage in total.
how did you come up with that?
Because about half of her damage is not from skill,
Yeah, okay.
and if you optimize around having 100% crit on
Oh,
skill,
okay, you did that.
you'll
Okay.
be at 64 crit on the rest.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because to
And
optimize around it, you have to lose damage for the other stuff, so it negatively impacts the other parts.
like
That's the stuff.
at a baseline, 72 CV on half of her damage is the equivalent of 36 CV. But that 36 CV isn't actually 36 CV because it comes at the cost of losing crit multiplier on your non-scale damage.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think they intentionally designed like Navia to be like a C0
Yeah.
character. Like those first two, I think I can't remember. Like the rest of 110 didn't. She had like the shittiest cons, early cons at least out of all of
Is
them.
that
So
true?
I
Who
don't
else
think it was
in
that good
Fontaine?
either. Like majority of people who got Navia, they either
I don't know.
they
There's
budget
Risley
or
too.
No, those cons are better than Navia's because at least you're getting the quality of life from the C1.
I guess. Siege wins C1.
Oh yeah, and so just looking at like your list,
Mm-hmm.
I think your list is more focused on like, is it fair to say like overall account gains? Because you're like factoring in like the strength
Yeah.
of the character.
Yeah, yeah. It's on overall account gain. Yeah, yeah, it is. I think that's a.
Yeah, so because I didn't factor in the strength, which okay. To be honest, I mean, you probably have a comeback to this, but I would personally wouldn't do it like that because I feel like unless you're like a consistent dolphin, you're not at. If you're investing in a character, you're investing in the like the character and that team for that character. You know what I mean? Like you're not really like if you're vertically investing into an Arlecchino, you don't really care that a Moika is stronger because you're investing into the
Yeah, but there are
Arlecchino.
people who will decide who to vertically invest into based on what the strongest ones are.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, there probably could be that. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Like, there's a
so you
reason
could
why
do
so
both.
many people have Mawika constellations, and so few people have Sijuin constellations.
Yeah, it's probably less common overall just because it's more expensive playing like that. But yeah, I could. Yeah, you're right. I could see both mentalities existing here. Okay, so what were the red flags you noticed? Or first of all, do you need me to explain any other like anything else apart from the baseline? There was a few stuff in I don't know, just because I have characters like Emily and I have Varese as well, but I don't really know anything about their cons, to be honest. The only thing
Where do
I
you
do know,
have
like
Marissa?
I know Varese is like her C2 lets you spam like the burst,
Oh, did you just
but
not put her in at all? Oh no,
I
I
put her in
didn't.
like the I don't know,
I had to scroll to
because
see the I
I
don't know tier. I see.
yeah.
Yeah. Looking at like the other cons, I'd probably say that Varesa's C1 would be in your okay-ish tier, and Varesa's C2 would be in your decent upgrade, like at the top.
Yeah, I mean it probably is. I just didn't really because I made this yesterday kind of so after when I was
Okay,
watching
I don't
the
understand why
stream.
you have Malika C2 below these.
Okay, so the reason very good question. So obviously it's a very strong one, but it just it's gonna sound like a dumb reason, but it's just most people just don't. She's too good. She's good at C0, man. Like you could, you're.
Okay,
I'm doing
you're
Dire
saying that
with Scuff teams.
at C0 she's already better than the other C2s, so it's not worth going for it?
Well, it's just not really much of an upgrade. But it's like I'm doing Dire with Scuff teams.
Yeah, but I
Everyone's
feel like
doing
you also
Dire with
have to
Scuff teams.
realize that most people don't play as well as we do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's just my feeling based on like the semantics of like upgrade. I just felt like, yeah, you know what, the Marika C2 is good, but I'm good. It's like it's
Okay.
not making a significant difference.
Alright, alright.
Like most people, like I've played a lot of viewers account recently. Most people that have C2 are a lot of them actually just skip the weapon. So it kind of like it's like a net
Yeah,
neutral.
do you like my R1 mailed flower C2 Mawika?
Have you got a team assembled?
Bro, I got Bennett! I got Bennett finally! So I can do Bennett, Eonson, Kea now.
Gonna be epic.
Yeah, I have unactivated C2. Yeah, I got it, but I haven't used it. Is this your team?
Right now, no, because my Bennett weapon is level 20. Because I just got him today. But, yeah.
Benny's adventure
The
team.
teams I 36 starred with on this account were Mawika, Eonson, Lynette, Kea, and Inefa, Animo MC, Fischl, Singto.
You should put honestly, if okay, you probably don't care, but if I was in your shoes, I would do like a 10 or 20 pool trying to get a C0 over one, just to complete that team.
I'm not risking the Mualani. Because the only reason I pulled for Inefa was in preparation of Flynn's. And it might be hard for me to guarantee Flynn's if I get Mualani.
Oh, okay.
So, like, if I had the pulse to spare, if the Flynn's banner was like in 6.2, I'd go for Mualani. But yeah. Anyways, let's not linger on leakers.
Okay, so does that make sense? Does that make sense? The C2?
Yeah, I get it. Like, I don't really agree, but I get it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know about Nilo C2. Actually, no. Ah.
Nilo C2 is really good. Well, okay, maybe. Yeah, you know what? It is really good. Because, you know, back in the day, people used to say, like, oh, the key is really good, or like, Nahida C2 is really good.
Jamie, we're gonna have to
like,
move on from this topic if we don't want to talk about leaks.
oh, okay.
Anyways, what else?
Do I consider C2 C1s when looking at C2s? No, I don't. Not really.
Like, how do you evaluate C2s? Like, how much of an upgrade they are over C1, or how much of an upgrade they are over C0?
It's like I think the highest C2s that I have here are the kind of like the C2s that you like beeline towards. Sometimes even before like 5-star teammates. They're like they're like a big deal for like those that vertically investing in that kind of characters teams. That's the way I'm like seeing it. It's not necessarily there's not necessarily that much. It is a bit like calculations based, but a lot of there you know is a bit of feeling, I guess. It's like maybe it's a mix of like those characters don't really have that much else going on, so you kind of it's just that good of an upgrade for them if you are like a dolphining in those characters.
And how is Lali
So
C2 not very good? I assume same reason for as Mawika C2.
no, the thing with the seat lali, the thing with like my opinion on like seat lali and like Shilon and stuff like that, usually they're not like the biggest priority.
Okay, that is one hell of a sneak. Lali and Shilonen constellations are not the same.
Yeah, okay, Shilon's is worse. Shilon's is like very rarely ever like the priority. That's why I have it like lower.
Yeah.
But the sea lalies is, you know, it's there's it. I feel like it's rarely ever like because I'm not like a whale. I'm not interested in like that much like stacking a bunch of C1s and C2s, and it's rarely ever that good.
I mean,
It's good if you're like a universal kind of guy, I guess, but
the main upside of Lali's C2 is that it works for any of the characters you'd use her with, and it's not that much worse than like Mawika C2. I'm actually kind of curious if it's better than Arlecchino C2 or not. It's probably a little bit worse as well, right?
from my
Arlecchino's teams.
experience, most Arlecchino players just get beeline to like the C2, and then you get Arlecchino's weapon, and then you probably get Sea Lady constellations.
Yeah.
Someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 90% sure
I
it's like
think
that.
C2R1 Arlecchino is worse than C1 Arlecchino with C2 Citlali.
I think you get the C2 Arlecchino first. I'm not too.
I think, well, C2 Arlecchino is better than C1 Citlali, but Citlali's C2 does a lot more than R1 does.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's more cost. Anyway, yeah, they're both. Yeah, no, I think the C2 Arlecchino's better for it, but it's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm sure there's people who've got either. Let me look at yours quickly.
Yeah. I'll keep it open.
Okay, that makes sense. So you have C2 Sejuan pretty bad because you're saying that she's bad, right? But that's like an example of
Yeah.
our like list being different. So in mine, like I'm just looking at the Sejuan teams, and it's like cracked for the Sejuan teams, but
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
looking at it.
Because like for me, it's like I looked at the Sejuan teams and I was like, okay, even at C2, she's worse than just using Kazuha. So, ugh.
What for what teams? For like you talking about for like a Farina carry team?
Oh, not for Farina carry, but Farina carry is not good even with C2 Sejuan.
Yeah, it's just like the common. That's what like a Sejuan player usually plays.
Yeah.
But I see what you mean. Wait, where did I put my C1 Garni? I think I probably might maybe I could move my C1 Garni down because
The
it
main
was
reason
a pretty
why the main reason why I have it low is because of Escoffier. Alright, Escoffier's release made it so that every Kaiwa character's best team is Freeze, and in Freeze the C1 doesn't do too much.
yeah. So I'm looking at more the melt teams, but
Yeah,
if
in
I was
Melt teams
considering
the
Freeze
C1
as
is
well,
better.
yeah, it's like the main thing you kind of get in the melt teams. But nowadays yeah, I probably could move mine down a bit. Similar thing with the C1 Shenhe. Um, I'm considering the C1 Shenhe good in like some of like the older teams, but you wouldn't really get it at all with Skirk.
But it's not good in the older teams either. It's just more comfort, and it helps you to get to like energy restoration breakpoints before the chamber ends more easily. But it's still the same cooldown even at C1, so it doesn't actually change your DPS.
No, at least for Ayaka, the front load is quite a big deal, and the extra energy
Mm-hmm.
is quite a big deal. It's something that you can't like mathematically build around, but you definitely notice the difference if like one account can push through those thresholds and can make it through with that extra energy, and another account can't, and then it's kind of painful. Also, in Station Onslaught, it's actually quite
Yeah,
both
I mean
the C1
that's basically
Shenhe
what
and
this tier is. Like
Yelan.
it's all the characters that get like +1 skill use.
But I think that's quite good. Like the C1 Yelan. See, I put that in the baseline. It's because I was quite annoyed. So when I was looking at how I'm supposed to clear the cactus, there was
Yeah.
actually someone who did it with Hu Tao, but they did it with a C1 Yelan, and that actually made it like unplayable if you didn't have that. It
Mm-hmm.
was the difference between I could try and go for this versus unplayable. Because the C1 on the Yelan lets them use Aqua Simulacra the whole time. Even if you got like Fav or Sack on Xingqiu, the C1 on the Yelan was still the difference between using Aqua and then like I had to try do it with like Sackbow, and that damage difference was too much. So it was the difference between like some other YouTubers being able to clear with C1 Hu Tao versus you can't even get close. So for me, that was why
Yeah.
it's got better now. I think.
I don't
I
know.
don't
I
think it's
think
that great
the
though.
biggest problem is that that's only the case in teams that aren't that good. Because in the
Yeah, I mean
actual
that's
good
yeah.
teams that use Yelan nowadays, you don't get punished that hard for sacrificing damage for energy, right? Like if you look at a Hyper Bloom, if you look at the Skirk teams, like you sacrifice a bit of Yelan damage just so that you can get your skill faster. It's not a big deal.
I'm gonna be honest. This isn't rage bait. I don't think there's that many good Yelan teams anymore, unless you're like pumping up the damage.
True.
Her utility isn't really like where are people really using
It's
her
basically just
nowadays?
Skirk now.
And Skirk is more of like a alternative option.
Mm-hmm. Real ones use Singto over Yelan.
Honestly, you're not even that wrong about that because you are some people are actually getting quite good use out of him.
Better freeze up
Like,
time. The rotation length isn't a problem because Skirk actually has 21-second rotations that fit, and more defensive utility.
I mean, it's even is it the way I'm looking at it is like you would usually use Yelan if you wanted like more damage or more buffs, but she isn't really used when you want like more damage or more buffs. So
Yeah.
the actual
There are better
situations
options
where
when you want
one
more
of those,
damage and more buffs,
yeah,
exactly.
exactly. So the actual situations where you would have used one of them is like a budget Hydro player option, and then a lot of people just use Xingqiu there.
Yeah. The situations where Yelan is good, like where the upsides of Yelan are capitalized on, she's worse than the alternatives, whereas the situations where St. Cho's upsides are capitalized on, he is the best.
I mean, he's not necessarily like the best, but he's like an option that.
If what
is
you
like
care about is
affordable, like,
maximizing
use.
freeze up time, he is the best for sure.
Yeah. Also, like the lower difficulty turtles, which was just like the Hydra application thing
Mhm.
as well. Yeah. Let me see what else you had. What is the C1 Chiori low for?
Because Navia's best team doesn't use Chiori anymore. Because of Shilonen.
What about Noel?
Who?
Because there's that is
I mean,
a
I'm
big,
pretty
that
sure
is
Noel's
that is
best
like
team also uses Shilonen, no?
they would use like a triple. They use all three. Or
Only with
just-
C2 Shilonen, no?
Yeah, I mean the Noah players they get the
Yeah, okay,
C2
sure.
as the baseline.
But like at
nowadays.
that point, like, okay. That's a
Yeah,
hyper
that
specific.
that C1 Fury is like a Star Rail constellation though. It's like 50-60% damage.
Yeah, and then you look at the team DPS upgrade, and it's like 10% because Chiori's pathetic. Nice. True.
The hold on, where did I put C1 Nilu? I feel like you put C1 Nilu quite low. That's actually an underrated constellation.
I was talking about it.
Okay.
Because it's like 3 to 4 additional Hydro apps, right?
Oh yeah, it extends as skill, yeah.
Yeah. Which is a nice little thing. But it's like, it's still single digit percentage upgrade, so it's just okay.
Well, it depends. It depends if you're in like single toggle or AOE. Like it depends how much of
Even
your
in
team's
AoE,
damage
it
is
tends
on
to
the
be
team.
single digit. It's only gonna break into double digits when you're against more than 2 enemies with Nilo's like weird ICD.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's actually. I mean, I don't know exactly where in your list I would say it would. Mid-con on a good character, I guess. I don't know. It's your choice, but yeah, that's.
Okay, let's dial it back, buddy. Let's.
The Cloran constellations are actually quite. The C1 is actually. I think it's the C1's better than the C2.
I disagree. The main reason why I disagree is because Chlorine's C0 baseline isn't high enough, and it makes it so that at C0 her best team is just dual carry with Maoika, and at C1 in a hyper carry team, it's only like 5% better than C0 dual carry with Maoika. So I don't view the C1 as that powerful, despite its actual numerical increase being pretty high.
But it also lets you shred through the papilla quicker. And like in a way,
Sure.
it does scale better in her like worst teams, which are like the danger teams kind of are not like great now, but that
Yeah. But like that's the
could
main
be a
reason
thing.
why I have Cloud C1 lower. Right? Like, but I agree that just like numerically, it is a pretty good constellation. But unfortunately, Cloud did not come out in 2025.
Okay, it is not the time and place. Honestly, I'm starting to think she's a bit underrated. I've seen quite a few people. She's making it through Dire C0 or 1. Both both patches, which is quite impressive. If she's making it through like the what's the word? The skin of her teeth, whatever, just about.
Yeah.
But
I feel like
it's quite impressive.
what boss are people playing Klein in for this one?
The Papilla, and then last patch it was the Lava Dragon.
Don't look. Okay. So I guess for Papilla that's fair. I think for Lava Dragon, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, the cactus as well. Yeah, the cactus as well. Are they doing C0 with the? Oh yeah, I think they are.
Also, I think that cactus doesn't mean anything. Like, the amount of HP that the cactus has is fucking pathetically low in Dire.
I mean, it depends who you have. Like for me, the cactus is the most brutal boss.
Dude, it has less HP than the squishiest one last patch. And it doesn't even have an invulnerability phase. Like, it has a little bit of stalling for like 10 seconds and that's it.
Yeah, but that's just looking at HP. Like the bosses themselves are.
And also, it has minus 90% resistance when you down it. Like, the cactus is a joke. If you are playing a team that isn't completely awful against it, it's a joke. Didn't you get a clear without Inefa on Dire?
Yeah, it was the hardest boss.
Well, yeah,
the
because
hardest
you
boss.
weren't using the unit it's made for, and you still got
Right.
through.
But that's the point. It's like it's the same sort of thing as the automaton last patch. It was like actually the automaton's worse because I don't think I really saw anyone do it without
Yeah.
Escoffier. But this is almost at that level. It's like severe handicap without Inefa.
I beat
it's
it
quite
without Inefa too, and like first try. It wasn't hard.
on Dire.
Yeah,
Who are you using?
Marissa.
Okay, you have a chat saying you have a dolphin dresser.
That's not a dolphin, Marissa. Her C1 doesn't do shit. I am number one for SINA though. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. You're right. You got me. Glad you brought it up though. No, but last Dire, it was impossible for me to do any of these bosses except the Lava Dragon, right? This Dire, I can do either Papilla or Cactus. And it's so much easier than Lava Dragon was.
It's a bit off topic. I mean, I'd probably disagree. I feel like the Lava Dragon is the best boss so far because there's been so much variation you could do. It's the most fairest boss. It also
I kind of like Turtle because of the way that it lets you play skill only Singto with Mawika. But other than that, I kind of agree with you.
yeah, that's a good point. Okay, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've seen a single C0R1 Versa clear on the cactus so far. I could be wrong. I don't remember, which is actually very surprising.
I mean,
That's not
it's
that I
probably
don't rate
because it's
Versa.
so unremarkable to do it with Verissa that no one posts it.
Maybe, or maybe just something weird's going on with her.
Because, like, I did it pretty easily. I didn't even have to, like, min-max my support builds. I think I got a clear with Chauveur's Verissa, too.
Wait, so you have done Dire? All of it?
I haven't
Or
done...
you
I
only
can't
done
do
boss?
Turtle. I don't have the DPS for Turtle on Skirk teams or Mualani teams.
Okay.
And I
Oh,
also
'cause
can't do
they're
both
both
Papilla
using Farina?
and Cactus at the same time because my only team that can clear either of them is Versa.
Yeah, very suspicious. She's the only dolphin one as well. Very suspicious.
He's not Dolphin. Dude, it's just that my Mawika is like top 11%, okay? Like, it's kind of cooked, alright? Like, listen. By the way, have you seen my artifacts on the EU account for if I ended up getting Mualani?
Okay, let's see.
Have this.
Damn, nice.
Have this. This is a Sack Jade piece if you've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's good.
I have this.
That's all. That's yeah. I guess that's. You might run into some. The thing I noticed when I've been optimizing Mualani a lot recently. It is quite difficult for your best pieces not to be triple HP. It's crazy. Like I don't know
Yeah.
how much HP you have to have. Like maybe like over like 48k for you to not want even more HP. Like even like EM stats. Like I think I have like
I
EM
think
is
it's
still
just
like
because people
worse.
are allergic to leveling up crit main stats when they don't roll into crit substat. If they roll into HP or EM, people are allergic to leveling them up all the way. Like a piece like this, most people would not level it.
But I think even this piece here, if it was inverted, yeah, and if you had a HP main stat and then for like if you had like 28 crit damage or something, I think that would likely be actually better than this.
I don't think that's true.
Maybe it depends what weapon you're using. Maybe if you're using like Sack Jade or something.
Anyways. Yeah, this goblet really pissed me off when I got it. .48 CV with EM and flat HP is just... why? Anyways.
Yeah, I see you have C2 Ike on the same level as C2 Nahida. I think C2 Ike is worse. I agree though that C2 Nahida is...
This is another thing that I can't explain without yapping about leaks.
Okay.
GG.
I mean, they did show the Flynn's trailer today, and he's like electric charge. That trailer was honestly pretty cool. I'm not gonna get him, but that it did look pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a good trailer, I agree. Where's C1 Mualani? She's in the very highest tier.
Yeah, and then for me, on my list, it was in the very, very good upgrade thing. I kind of like kept the same, like names as TGS did his.
Yeah.
Wait, you have Charska's C1 and C2 at the same level, and same thing with C1 Farina and C2 Farina.
Yeah.
I think Charska C2 is huge. Like it gives her like the AoE, and then it doesn't it also like open up our teams a bit?
I
It's
still
very
does
nice.
C1.
Yeah.
But I guess, yes, C2 should be higher than C1. But I'd still have
C1
them
Farina
together.
and C2 Farina are literally the exact same. What are you talking about? Who's this VIP? What is VIP talking about?
I mean, they're pretty similar.
Depends on the teams. Like the C2
That's
is good,
true.
but it's good in the specific. It's good in like the double hydro sort of teams, and those are kind of aren't, I guess, not as common as the C1 teams.
I think the biggest problem with C2 Farina is that the only team where you're actually like the only good team where you're actually attempting to maximize Farina damage is with Neuvillette generally, but
Yeah.
they keep improving Neuvillette teams by pulling him away from hyper carry. Like they keep releasing characters you want to play with Neuvillette that have personal damage. They did it with Escoffier, they did it with Inefa, and they're gonna keep doing it.
I mean, for me, wait, where did I put my C1 Neuvillette? I mean, for me, it was that it's still very good, but Inefa's really good with him, and she does like the shielding role,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is quite nice. But I'll still say, like, if you're like a Neuvillette main, you can kind of get like his vertical investment. They're all kind of similar. You can get it in almost any order the way you want. Maybe if the teammates change in the future, which I don't know. Maybe it
Yeah.
does, but then you'd rather have wished you kept investing purely into him. But like at least for now, they're all kind of about like the same. You can he's got so many flexibility options you can do.
Yeah.
Let's see some other ones. C1 Escoffier is fine. You could probably argue that C1 Escoffier is good con on a good character. It's quite good.
Where did I have it? I have it decent.
You have it on the decent one. It's quite good. I think it's like basically always like what is it, like 15, 16, 17, something
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
around 15. The problem is that the cons that I have in this year are just more than that.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, isn't it similar to Skak C1? It's more flexible. I thought that would have kind of been a benefit for you.
It's not that much worse than Skirk C1, but Skirk C1, it's kind of hard to properly evaluate because its value depends on your rotation, and you can adjust your rotation to make it a bit better. It's annoying. But then there's also the fact that when you look at like default when you look at default like KQM standard calcs, it kind of favors team-wide buffs a bit more than it should.
Yeah.
Because generally, your character that's going to have the best artifact quality is going to be your carry.
Yeah.
And so if you have a 15% increase through a team-wide buff and a 15% increase through just a personal damage buff, generally the 15% team DPS increase through personal damage will slightly outperform the other one in practice because you have better artifacts on that character than you do on your other characters.
Okay, to be honest, I think you had a bad example there. Skark is like the worst character to optimize artifact wise. Maybe I'm guessing if you're talking about like weapons and stuff like that, but I feel like she is like the worst. I think in the Akasha leaderboard, you're getting in the like the top 500s with like 30 substats, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Like she's almost like a pay to win character because she doesn't scale that well with like stuff you can do in game. You can only kind of just like keep pumping in the prevos. It's so hard to get. I think you're in the top 100 if you get like 33 substats, which is crazy because I think, for example, like Raiden Shogun, I don't even know if you're in the top 1,000 if you have like 35, 36 substats.
But she has one more useful stat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like
Mhm.
it's getting more damage on Skak is
Yeah,
quite,
it's hard.
it's very hard. Whereas like Escoffier is not free, but a lot easier, especially because she uses like Golden Troop. But anyway, it's just nitpicking, whatever.
Personally, I'm a Noblesse Escoffier enjoyer in the Skirk teams.
You're not using Noblesse on like your fourth character.
My fourth character is Mualani. She's using Cinder City.
Okay.
You don't sound too happy about that.
No, it's alright. It's just not. It's just not. Like most of the Skag teams, you in like the Stygian Onslaught nowadays, you need like that extra app.
Well, it's only
not
for this
really
one.
used that much. Yeah, I mean also the last one as well.
Yeah,
No, but
but...
no, don't you want it? You want it for both actually. Are you able to do Dire
No,
with Mualani?
I'm not able to do Dire
Yeah.
period with Skirk.
Okay.
I don't have Sig.
Yeah, because in like that's something I noticed. Like I know a lot of the Skag teammates are like similar theoretically, but like almost all of the Skag content that we've had since she came out is like either like a electro shield break or it's like
Mm-hmm.
the turtle or the automaton or whatever. It's yeah, it just Mualani is just kind of well, at least with Dahlia because you got the extra attack speed, you're getting like extra application indirectly. But I've noticed that, like, yeah, like the Skirk teams, they've shield specific Skirk teams. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's very suspicious what they've been doing. Yeah, Shen. I mean, you don't have to use Shenhe. Or Sea Lali is very good as well. But like, it's the Shenhe, Sea Lali, Dahlia, even Charlotte. I think Charlotte was pretty good at least last Stygian Onslaught. But it's like you want like some sort of character doing something. Like last Abyss, it was you want a character who's applying extra cryo, and this one is you can get away with either like an extra Hydro player or like someone like Sea Lali or something.
Yeah. What it is.
Yeah, and I think everything else is probably similar. At least I'm looking at yours. I don't know if you see any ones you disagree with on mine, but I think.
I mean, baseline stuff aside, because that's not like.
Yeah, it's a bit of a meme. But
I think LSC1 and decent upgrade is cope as fuck.
in her teams, you really don't have. That is usually like the.
Her best team
It's not
by far
amazing.
is Pyro Plunge, and it's not even remotely close. So. Her best team by far is Pyro Plunge, then it's Driver for Escoffier Freeze, then it's literally don't swap into her 3-unit Hyper Bloom, then it's Physical Plunge, then it's Physical with her actual kit.
Okay, but for actual Yuta players and not like The Sims, it's the Z1 is like the only thing you can really get. Apart from like her weapon. And then maybe like Farina cons if you're playing Farina. She doesn't really have much. Because you've got like 4-star teammates, or you've got like Raiden who's an electro player. So I think it's like 30 fizz damage. It's not amazing, but that's usually like the one thing you can actually get to increase her damage.
I mean, any team where you're using Farina does about as much as... Actually, Farina does more than LSC1. Like, Farina C1 does more than LSC1, so if you're using Farina, you're better off going for her.
Yeah, it's just that you won't always use Farina because at the moment she kind of usually they like you probably can't play like Raiden or
What the hell
Bennett.
kind of Illa team do you play in 2025 that doesn't run Farina? Enlighten me.
Raiden, Rosario, Bennett. It's usually a quite popular team. There must be at least 2 people in chat who play that team. Come on, in 2025.
Is it you, chat? Oh.
You've never heard of that team? What? That's like the main physical Eula team.
Oh man. Okay, I think it's time to get you to bed, Grandpa.
Okay. Was there anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay, wait. Let's put it to the floor. Any red flags? Okay, me or Zajef. Any red flags you guys think? Now's your time to speak, or forever hold your
Well,
peace. Bear in mind, different. We looked at it from different
I
perspectives.
think
so
most of my red flags are where you would put these units if the baseline tier didn't exist. So you managed to dodge most of them.
Yeah. I mean, on a serious note, the only like the ones that aren't actually that strong is like the Risley Z1. It's more of like
Yeah.
it just makes it more realistic to play. And then the C1 Yelan, that's more like a niche thing. But when people actually really play Yelan, it's very important. But otherwise, it's not that big of a deal.
Like C2
The other
Klee, I'm
ones-
sure you'd put it like strong upgrade or some shit, and
Yeah, that one's just like if you're playing Klee like in 2025, everyone has like you're playing over C2. This is one of those ones. The Arlecchino one, maybe you could argue, but I think it's just the Arlecchino conversations are so weird. Like they're probably just that good that every Arlecchino main just ends up getting them, and very few stick with C0. I don't think they're actually like a must, but I think because she's one of those hyper carries that work well with like 4-star teammates, just people just end up a lot of her mains just might as well get it because that's like the next upgrade, and they don't really have anything else to invest into. Yeah. Other than that, like the baseline, it is what it is, man. It's the baseline. Like it is the showcase. It's like the E1 Treeby. It's like the E2 deal. You can't go online and see a deal showcase without the E2. It doesn't exist.
Lee is gonna get reworked to be best in slot support for Alice. Curly. Anyways, Jamie, I'm gonna go back to yapping about leaks, but thank you for joining. I appreciate your input on all of this. Chat, make sure you check out Jamie's channel. Pause if you can do.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, S1 high scene as well. Yeah. Anyway,
Aware.
have a good day, everyone.
Alright, bye, Jamie. Engage business chat. Okay, I need to know if this shit works. How good it is. So, for now, we're just gonna pretend. Did I have Shilonen already? I didn't. Does that mean I should have Shilonen normal and then also Shilonen C2? Yeah, it does. Shilonen. Honestly, I'm not adding a defense percent line or a total defense line because I just cannot be fucking bothered. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give Shilonen Elemental Mastery so that the Lunar Charge bonus from the actual amount of defense that she would get will be equivalent to the Lunar Charge bonus from the amount of Elemental Mastery she ends up on. So Shilonen base defense is 930 times 58 1 plus 58.3 times 2 plus 36 plus 30 from subs plus 20 from effect plus 100-ish She's gonna be at about 3k. And 3k defense. How much is the conversion? Ascendant, Gleam, Effect. I don't know how to... Do I really have to scroll through this shit? On the Reddit? Why are we so... We will have to find it. Just need to find... Not Cry Resonance nerfed. There we go. So... 1% per point of defense, so it's 30%. And... It's 0.225 for point of EM, so... 30%... No, it's 2.2. This is the equivalent of having 1300 EM. But there's also a bit of EM buffs on the team. So... Let's just say 1200 EM. Rotation length. Doesn't fucking matter. Woke meter. Animo. Okay, I need to start cleaning these up, by the way. This is... Weapon comparison 1. Weapon comparison 2. I can actually do it here instead. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Okay. Does that make sense? Right, where she has 0 personal damage. It's not a perfect comparison because in practice she only gets like 1k DPS, but like, not really. It's less than that. But I just can't be bothered. In any case, we need to add the resistance formula. So resistance 1. Minus... Oh, wait. I have to add it here. Oh. Minus 36 times count if... Yep. Shilonen. And Shilonen. I guess that is kind of nice, huh? The fact that Shilonen stacks the DI resonance better kind of helps bridge the gap between her and Sucrose. How much worse is Noblesse? Especially... Obviously, this has to be TOM, not Serenade. The way around as well. Okay. Do I have 5 sword? I don't think so, right? I'll just actually add it. So I don't have to have Shiloh on 5 bow. Okay. Yeah, and I need to have it at I know C0 so that it properly shows the gap. This is gonna be Shilonen. That's not that bad, huh? This is not Shilonen C2 yet, by the way, chat. Don't get it twisted. Maybe Shilonen is a bit better than I gave her credit for here. Only with Ino as the last slot, though. With other options, Sucrose is much better. Anyways, we need to add Shilonen C2. So characters, Shilonen C2. If I change this to Shilonen C2, doesn't change the DPS, okay? And now, yeah. Okay, so what set are you assuming on Shilonen? Scrolls. But you can kind of go for whatever. There's a lot of options, and they're all very close to one another. Shilonen C2. Okay. And this has to be Flynn's ER Sands. We don't have the attack, but we end up using Burst. This is every other rotation, I believe. Flynn's ER Sands. Characters. Flynn's ER Sands. I have somewhere. No, this is every 3 rotations. Oh, okay. With Shilonen C2. Alright, so Luna. Actually. So we've properly done this. Now we need to do the... What was it? Oh yeah, the burst. So motion value. Maximum of this or if this equal alone and C2. One, zero. So if I do Shilon and C2, it adds the burst. Yeah. Okay. So if I do Shilon and C2 here again, it adds the burst. But now, if I change to ER Sans, it doesn't actually add motion. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. And now I can copy this shit here. Yeah. This is... Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot, chat. I just realized I've been an idiot all along. Ooh, that's expensive. So it's not gonna be... That is gonna be every other rotation. No, that's not true. 2.5. 1.5. 3 rotations out of 4. Or sorry, 2 rotations out of 3. That means you gotta do it at a different moment, but it's fine because your buff uptime is really good here. Yeah, okay. You just use it whenever the cooldown is up and your energy's full. Should be about 2 per 3 rotations. Yeah. So instead of 1, it'll be 2/3. Talent 1. No. Lunar Charge, Talent 1. This isn't 1. This is 2/3. Same for this. This is 1 2/3. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There it is. So Shilonen C2 is actually about as good as Sucrose. Still worse, yes, but it's close. Actually, that's not true, because with Shilonen C2, you also get energy on Inefa, which allows Inefa to go for something else. There we go. Yeah, okay. It actually does more for Inefa's damage than for Flynn's. That's so funny. Okay. Conditional formatting, new rule. Only cells that contain Shilonen. Oops. Yeah. Format. More colors. Probably want a bit more brown than this. This, sure. Bit more orange. Like this, maybe? Maybe that's too yellow. I'll just use this one, actually. Okay. I didn't actually include the HP buff to Aino either. She doesn't have HP scaling, so it doesn't matter. And whatever. Alright. Around 10%. Around 5%. What the fuck? Around 5% if Flynn's doesn't use the energy. Actually, no. Around 5% on the without big burst playstyle. Ooh. What about Instructor and Chilonen? It's just not as good. Even if I had full uptime, it's not as good. Alright, we're at 95k. I go Instructor. 94k. But that's without even accounting for how much lower the attack percent would be. Or the, sorry, no, the lunar charge percent would be through lower defense. Yeah. I kind of don't really want to work on this today, though. Thought Cinder City doesn't do much for the team. It doesn't do that much, but 40% of a small thing can be bigger than 20% of a big thing. Yeah, we should do our daily stall. We stare. We pound. We zilch. What the fuck? We... I feel like it's either ending in LL or with a Y. This is a word. No. I don't know, dude. Oh, wait. What if the double L is at the start? Surely it's not llama, right? It's llama. Of course it's llama. Of course it's llama. Okay, dude. Alright, whatever. Get me out. 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 Moons? Merge? It's not stops. Ivory. What the fuck? Oh! Binge. It's 4 seasons of television, not 4 seasons of, like, weather. Is it just I think it is. Opposite of WNW. I don't know what that is. Movie? ESE. Oh, like E. That's not an S though. That's a Z. I don't know. Food. Oh, it's directions! West, northwest, east, southeast. I see. That makes so much sense. You're so smart, chatter. You're so smart. Holy fuck. Alright. Oh, 2.1 catalyst. Lunchtime! What do you want to eat today? Let me see if the Tibet travel guide has any suggestions. Is this... I feel like it can't be Klee. Klee can't read. Upbeat. Probably Mondstadt character. Amber? Maybe it's Leah. Who's that? I've never seen this name before, have I? Maybe it's a Mondstadt character that was released recently? Is it? Actually? You're telling me Klee can read? What? You think she was 3? No, I thought she was an idiot. Oh. Who else was preservation? Was it just... Yeah. Pretty sure it was just this. This March's eyes. Hey little guy, wanna see some sword swallowing? I've added some new tricks to my act. Oh, you betcha. Who the fuck is that? It's an entertainer? Does Gwynifen swallow swords? She does. Okay, cool. Oh wait, that's the ability. I'm not sure what this is. Is that Sunday? It is. Bet. Nurge. Who's the resident Nurge? I don't actually know. I can't think of a nerd in Star Rail. I mean, I guess Ron May's a nerd, but she wouldn't have that icon, you know? She's too evil to be described by this icon. Okay. Fine. Okay, fine. Sure. Okay, whatever. I don't think this is a good emoji to describe Ron May, but okay. Alright. Fine. Okay. Fine. Alright. Oh, we're so cooked. What the fuck? Oh my god, we're so cooked. This might be our streak. Cause that's gotta be a new character. What's left? Stun and support. Astra Yao is a support. I think she's an ether support. Oh, let's go! Thank you for having your name start with A, Astra Yao. Cause if it was Z, I probably would have run out of guesses by the time I got to you. Thank you for not being called Zastra Yao. Actually, thank you for being called Astra Yao instead of Yao Astra. True. Next angle. Ooh. Yo. That's 42. No. That's 39. I was wrong. 44. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Let's do the spell check now. I don't know if there's one or two M's. I think there's two. Yes, okay. What? Oh, I didn't listen to the fucking definition properly. I guess it was another strait. Like dire straits. I'm gonna guess it's like this. It sounds French. It's not. Damn. Fan... Penture. Okay. So it's probably only one L if it comes from bile. Yeah. It's gotta be this, yeah. Okay. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. So, yeah, it was this straight. I hate it when English speakers borrow words from French and start doing things worse than the French. Like, are you really telling me you took the word took and you decided to add some sounds to it? Yes, let's call it tokay. What do you mean, man? Whatever. Yeah, okay. I would have never gotten this. You could have given me 30 guesses and I would not have gotten this. Dude, I want to do another one. I want to do a practice hard. Wait. The fact that the second time she says it, it's a hard C, makes me wonder how it's written. There's probably no S. But is it I-O-U-S or E-O-U-S? I'm gonna guess E. Oh, we got it! Nice. Okay. It's an Italian family? Damn it. We didn't get it. Oh! Right, okay, I see. Easy clap. Okay, that is not difficult. What? We didn't write it well. That's fine. Ooh. No. What? Okay, I don't know. Oh. I feel like there might be an H in there, but I wouldn't know where to put it. So let's try without an H. Oh, yes, there was no H. Okay. Because she said French, I think it's Kanai with LLE. Yes! Oh my god. Okay. I don't know this word. Okay. Yeah. Anent. Drudgery. Lebensraum. Bornarius. Yeah, okay. I think this was a pretty good performance, actually. Pretty good performance, chat. I'm proud of this one. I'm proud of this one. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's do the Annie Guesser. What is this again? This is Higurashi. Yeah. Oh. Is that the Book of Friends one or no? I don't actually know. I don't think so. It was. Wait. Yeah. Damn. I could have gotten it in one. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Random mecha show. Not even gonna bother. Heavy object. Okay. Never. Okay. Alright. So that's Neji. Oh, I guess Neji Hyuga from Naruto. That's guy with a lozenge-shaped head from Bakano. That's something Armstrong. Olivier. Yeah. From FMA. Do I know this? I feel like I do, but I'm not sure. Right. Oh, that's Isaac. Alright. The fuck is that, bro? This is, I'm actually so unsure. I think it's the character from something Joe. Yeah. But I am not certain at all. Oh! That's... Dude, Really? I swear, the art style of this show changes so much. GG. Chat, I know this one, but I don't want to say it. Oh. I don't know her name. I think her name had Mama in it, though. It did, yeah. Oh my god. I'm ashamed I got this one, chat. I'm actually, like, deeply ashamed. Manga gore, fairly well received, older than Baki. No. Action, drama, horror, gore, psychological manga. After Berserk. Claymore? That's a good guess. Claymore is a great guess. Or not. Ooh, but pretty... It's not that well received. Higurashi? Would Higurashi be action? I feel like it wouldn't. Maybe. No, it doesn't. Yeah, okay. It's AV? What the fuck is AV? Oh, you meant never mind. I see. I get it. Another? Another isn't that old. Is it? Health and League? It might be. Yeah, it is. Good guess. Good guess. I don't know this. Oh. Is that the theme park one? I haven't watched it. This one? Yeah, it is. Easy clap. What is this? I do not know. Genshiken. Okay. Alright. Well, that was acceptable, I suppose. Alright, chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Tomorrow we might record a progress video on the EU account. Why are you not muted? Anyways, I don't really want to raid someone today. I'll just see you guys tomorrow.